There we go. Sorry about the delay, everybody. I didn't realize I didn't turn the mic on. Let's see. There we go. We got that going. Okay, cool. Everything's up and running. And at least I beat the market open. Ding ding. So I don't know if you guys saw JFresh Resident Trolls DD last night on Dix. Not unusual for JFresh to spend his night playing with Dix, but this time it was a little more beneficial for the community at large. If you guys want to see a link to that, check out my daily DD or his. There we go. Thanks, Carl. Citadel got 1.15 billion in cash today. Well, they needed it. I'm sorry, daily TA. Doing a nice dip at market open. Some volatility, but not a lot of volume. Any borrowed shares today? A few. I think, if I'm not mistaken, a few from Fidelity. I don't know if too many were borrowed from IBKR this morning. Did I check? Uh, IBKR peaked this morning at around 40,000. It's got 25,000 now. So yeah, I don't think a significant number. Do you expect us to go up or down today? That's a good question. I'm not sure if they're going to continue internalizing this order flow. I don't know how long they can handle holding that on their books. Like they need to print the dark pool order flow. Non-block orders, I'm not sure how long they can hold out. That's a good question. Like the odd lots. I know last year they internalized for several days. DDS not moving at all. Let's find out. Discord audio is off. My bad. Sorry, guys. I thought that was up and running. Do you have a pre-stream ritual? Nowadays, sort of. I wake up and try to write the daily DD and get the stream set up as quick as feasibly possible to attempt to be here by like 9:15 before market open, so we can discuss a few things in pre-market. Sometimes I fail at that. Wasn't today the start of the Jan run last year? I believe it was tomorrow. But in relation to the rest of the cycle, I believe, let's see, Wednesday would be the corresponding date this year because last year was a leap year. Yeah, Wednesday the 13th. Thank you, Daniel Taylor Shill. I'm probably in top chat. So yeah, yesterday they started getting slapped with the ETF exposure a little earlier, right? And they were able to internalize it for a few days before we started to see like significant pre-market and trading hour volume. Because they keep internalizing them, Lord of Nork. So they're internalizing buy pressure. So Citadel is the DMM, captures order flow from NYSE for GameStop. Um, and what they can do is they can take that order flow onto their margin. As we saw with their bailout this morning. Um, no pun, sorry. So Citadel taking the buy pressure onto their margin and keeping it off of the lit exchange. We'll see how long they can do this for. This is largely, I think, an effort to get people to sell out of forward contracts and their long dated near or at the money calls that need to be hedged, especially if the stock begins to run. I think they'll try to keep that buy volume off the exchange as long as they feasibly can. I mean, is Citadel publicly traded? They may need to announce it. They have some ETFs, income funds, mutuals. No. It may have been targeted to taunt retail. In the Dixon for GMEDD, they mentioned Zinco and a bunch of worthless puts being used for variant swap. When do those puts expire? January 21st. The leap exposure date. The 25th is T plus 2 from January 21. I said it in GMs last night. Perfect timing for RC to buy the remainder of his stake. Can't imagine a better response to last Thursday's news. It would mirror the Porsche actions in VW as well. Reasonable. I don't know if he's going to buy more GameStop at this price point, but sure. It's a big average up. XRT DDS ripping. I'm sure we'll see similar effects on GameStop. I wouldn't call this ripping. Up 18 cents from open. DDS bumped a little bit in after hours or pre-market, but not so much this morning. I mean, they may need to rehedge. I don't think they do. As far as the 121 out of the money puts. Dipping it so hard recently, do you still think 200, 300 Cs are valid? Or should there be an emphasis on averaging down below 200? Even with the dip as hard as it is, I still think 200 is very reasonable. I've always thought of 300 and 350s as out of the money and kind of IV plays anyway. I mean, it'd be nice if they went in the money. Obviously, when I bought a lot of them when we were trading at 250, that that was a lot closer to being realized. But I still think that they'll be very successful as IV plays. Are you gonna file a FINRA complaint? I don't know. Oh, for like a cash settlement fine. Did I did put an order through Robinhood somewhere around that time. Maybe I have the rejection email somewhere. I think I do. Yeah, maybe I will. Fuck them. Wednesday the 12th, so Wednesday the 12th or Thursday the 13th. I think it's offset, Barto. So the corresponding day would be Wednesday this this week. Last year was a leap year, so it had an extra day. So it'd be one day sooner this year. We can double check. It doesn't matter if we rip or rep, right? Seems arbitrary, but let's find out. So it was T plus two from the ETF exposure date, which is this Wednesday. Yep, January 12th. Wasn't last year a leap year? 2020? Doesn't matter. Still off. Today is T plus two from Friday's puts. It's just that T plus two can be extended out one more day. Can you go into more detail about this 50-cent calls? What? 50-cent calls? What the fuck are their 50-cent calls? Here? These aren't cheap. Yeah, 2020 was a leap year, by the way. Whoever fucking said that. No, 20. Oh, yeah, 2020 was a leap year. Not 2021. Okay, yeah, because we're in 2022. Coming off of a leap year last year? It doesn't matter. It was T plus two from the ETF FTD cycle start, which is tomorrow. Do you think massive volume we've seen recently with short hedge funds covering their FTDs and exposure, and now we will trade flat? This kind of happened in November, yeah? It's possible. Except in November, that was through ETF share creation. Not a lot of that available now. Listen, it's all the same to me at this point. It's like there's my life before I bought GameStop and then the year after. Thoughts on Viacom for a long play? I don't like it. It got pumped super hard by fucking Archegos. It's cheap, but it may not realize that value. It's got quite a ways to go. Wasn't there something with their streaming service or whatever that also facilitated a continued drop? Maybe like 50. 50 doesn't seem unreasonable long term. I don't really know how valuable their IP is. These dollar candles are totally normal, right? For GameStop? Yeah. I mean, the bid-ask spread is like 50 cents, 60 cents at the money. I don't know, Wolf of VWAP Street. We'll see. How do you feel about people calling it GameStop? I don't know. I don't care what people call it. That's an awfully short window to try to drop the price significantly, Bastion. All we know is they're crowding their ability to internalize, and they're doing it across an entire sector. It's not like AMC or XRT or DDS or Macy's or Nordstrom's are ripping out of control, right? This isn't just the cost to suppress GME. Why did I get into trading? I didn't like working for other people. I'm all in on AMC, over 1K this time 2023. I have 930 shares. I have 5K left to invest and I'm willing to lose. I want to maximize profit in the cheapest way. And thus, I want to do 145 calls for Jan 20, 2023. Good idea. I mean, I feel like that's just a solid call, regardless of any MOASS potential at all. Like, I do not feel like GameStop is going to be worth $140 in a year. I think it'll be worth significantly more than that. Do you not internalize the Dillionaire song for my membership? Did you become a member? Oh, dude, listen to One Side. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Sorry I missed that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
It's pronounced King.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance.
Good morning, David Bertuzzi.
If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies.
Can you mail me some of your Zen juice? Or is that not something you can send across state lines? Yeah, I'd have to drive it to you. It's a bitch. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Yeah, M4. Thank you for that, by the way. Yeah, I mean, Jan 2023 is just already like a fairly solid long-term play, regardless of short-term price action. The 145 call for 2023 was for AMC? Oh, that's a terrible fucking idea. I thought he meant for GameStop. No, I do not think 145 calls for AMC a year out are a good bet. I'm pretty sure the company's going to be bankrupt by June. That's a far different. Oh boy. Yeah, no. No, I don't think that's a good idea. A good idea would have been selling AMC at $70. I picked up some AMC $20 puts for Jan 2023. So Duckman tried to pull a fast one. I see that. What's the next good point to sell AMC? I mean, if it rips on this run. It's not that they're a hedge for GME. I think AMC is just because it's perfectly positioned to be. Um, I don't think all the meme stocks are hedges. I think they're just all part of the same ETF baskets, but they're short to different degrees in each one. Some their exposure is far more relevant than others. AMC is far too liquid to experience a short squeeze of any significance. And due to the Vega variation between AMC and GameStop, I would say that it is the best stock in the basket. Also, it's retail interest in order to divide volume and pull away retail interest as well as hedge volatility. Does the loan Citadel got allow them to keep the Gen Feb cycle down? It was only $1 billion. We traded more than that yesterday. Can you see what the price is? 132.35 glider. Remember the day GME and AMC were both ripping and AMC got halted and GME went absolutely vertical? Thaddeus Ghostal remembers. I remember this. Thaddeus. I remember it well. I think the lack of variance. I think several people already are long volatility. OG rules. How does it Volga Vana? That's probably the issue you're having looking this up. Um, depending on long or short, if they're short volatility, and volatility spikes, they need to start buying calls to hedge that volatility spike. Them buying calls puts pressure on the call seller. To delta hedge. So in very lay terms, that's what causes a Volga-Vana squeeze. Is this massive influx of options volume in order to hedge those variance swaps. Now, the valuation of Citadel was estimated at, or Kenneth Griffin's net value was 22 million, something like that. That wasn't the loan. I can't speak at 2x speed. Does tax basis begin ST and LT cap gains on purpose and the shares acquired through exercising call options when call option was purchased when the option was exercised? The taxable event is when it's exercised or sold. We didn't get a bailout. The capital providers are investing us because we will make them money. I mean, it's probably true. I was watching your stream and my kitchen had just sold the night before, but that morning while I was watching you, the price ripped and I was sad. So realizing that dream was today, I bought a 220C. Let's fucking go. Hashtag not a cult. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Price action's looking pretty good this morning. Slow, steady climb. With the shed puts from yesterday, this is bullish. This is kind of what it looks like when we go up generally, right? They're going to try to, if they do raise the price, they're going to try to do it without bumping up volatility too much, right? They want to keep that volatility in check. Can I be a color? What color? I do need coffee real bad, but I've got a tiny bit. I was able to extract a small amount before the beginning of the stream. Will you sell a cash secure put? Will they margin call you that day if you don't have the cash in your account to cover? If you sell it on margin? Not that day. I mean, like, if the put expires in the money, then yeah. You will owe the price of the put. And they'll liquidate your holdings. You'll get margin called, essentially, yeah. You can always roll out. So, a little while back, I had some 145 puts that I sold go in the money, and I just rolled them down to like 135s, and it didn't assign the next week, and so I was out of it. I ate a little bit of a loss on IV, but just a loss to the credit I'd made already on the premiums. No, their margins, no way their margins 1-for-1. But you're tying, it's extreme to try to tie those together. You know, Citadel is like massively short US Treasury bonds, right? I mean, you want to, like, that's a position far more at risk than GameStop. The thing you just mentioned, when AMC got halted and Jamie went vertical, could you kindly explain briefly what happened? Um, Theoretically, they were no longer able to affect their volatility hedge using AMC, and so GameStop started ripping. If you suddenly lose your ability to hedge, you have to counteract that, right? Because these are very large positions and slippage in them is enormous, especially on very large leveraged derivative positions. I'd love to mail you a box of coffee from my roastery. Roastery? Is that what they're called? I guess I've only ever called it a roaster, but a roastery. Huh. I'm trying to set up something where, because there's a couple other things people want to mail me, and I gotta figure that out. I just don't want to show up at some like fucking New York City PO box with like fucking Braddock or what's that asshole's name? The was always trying to. It's not Braddock. Braddock's the mod. Who's the other guy? Blanderson Snooper, fucking following me home. I don't, I don't need that in my life. Throwing his spirit rocks at me. Dude, thank you for streaming this year and give everyone a good bit of education and keeping it real. Here's some coffee money. Cheers and happy Tuesday. Thank you so much, Fragile Man Child. When you play with your hair, it's a bit not safe for work. Thanks, Paco. Throw JPOW on stream. That'd be amazing. Wait, like this JPOW? Wait, where is he? I've lost him. There he is. Feb 18, 150 at 210 still attractive to you, or better to look now at Feb 25s? I mean, I don't really like Feb 25s. If my Feb 18s are not going the way I want them to, I'm going to just roll them to like April or March. I've no interest in like rolling them out a week unless they're super deep in the money. Um, no, this JPOW. Oh, I'm not gonna watch JPOW. Everyone gets all fucking political when I do that. Jan, AMC puts sound like a solid post MOASS play. AMC $10 puts for January. I don't know. I figured it was just a solid. They have a shitload of debt in June play. When did they short treasury bonds? It was like a little while back. There was an article about it. Here's a good one. Probably. I don't know. How far behind am I? Like 4 minutes? Thanks for being more educational than Matt, Trey, and Bruce. Absolutely. Thanks for watching. You think you should incorporate at Moonwind's Green Moon avatar into your screen accoutrement? No. People are closing a bunch of puts on GMA. Good. That's what I want to hear. Are they buying credit spreads yet? Because that's even more important. Core. It looks like those deep in the money 200 puts are being sold off or sold in order to facilitate credit spreads. We're not, I mean, we're seeing about equal call volume. So I would say we're seeing like a put credit spread come in, which is bullish. That means people are selling puts, buying calls. This is a strategy very effectively used last year. To drive lots of price action. We'll still be able to get margin called if XRT rips another 18 cents. I doubt it. I'm 5 minutes behind because I'm on live chat. So it takes me a lot longer when I'm on live chat to get through the questions. How can you see where they close puts? Shiftsearch.com is a free options tracker. It's not live. Those are very, very expensive, but it's free. Oh yeah. I guess me and Cosmic are gonna do a stream Thursday night. I don't know what we're talking about. I guess he has questions for me. So I don't know what the context of the show will be. But Thursday night, I think somewhere around like 7:30 or something like that. We gotta hash out a time still. How do you roll a long call? Oh, spend more money or massively raise your strike. Isn't that normally considered throwing more money at bad money? It can be, unless the thing you expect is still unrealized. But yes, you sell. Ideally, if you can sell on a smaller spike. Even if you're still negative, right? Say you're still negative 10%, and then the price drops and you buy back in down here, you can offset a lot of your losses and roll to a lower strike because theta decays over time. Although we look like we're going parabolic right now, so maybe that's not a concern. And 7 lead farmer. When can RC buy more shares? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's locked out. I'm pretty sure he can buy shares at any time. I know he can buy more. Are you surprised that the cost to borrow shares has not increased much at this point? No, I'm not. I didn't expect the price to borrow shares to go up until they're in a very, very, very bad position already. What happened on 1/11/2021? They don't correspond exactly. Moon. Like this date last year is not the same. So you can't be like, oh, today's 1/11. Let's go look at 1/11/21. RC tweeted. Oh, happy anniversary. That was nice. You can't tell someone in America they can't buy something that's illegal. You can't buy crack, nanotechy. It's against the law. That's also illegal. What about that? If I recall, a stock option basis for Furlong CFO at like 220, and they're mainly paid on share price performance. Yeah. This day of the week last year was not the same day. Do people not understand that? This day last year, we traded 7 million volume. We went up, but we traded 7 million volume. The next day, tomorrow, we traded 144 million. They don't correspond exactly. Cool. Straight up. Let's go. Hey, look, my 150s are already green. This is the kind of stuff I like to see. XRT going up. And DDS going up. This piece of shit dropped all the way down here. What's Cat doing? Ooh, I like this. Oh, I really hope Cat goes back under 200. What's the SPY doing? Fucking nothing. It's a good sign. These are good signs. I like these. I'm a little behind because everyone's freaking out. Is VXX VIX? It tracks the VIX. It's an ETN. It's a note that tracks VIX futures, I believe. Yeah. Don't freak out. Freak out when we break 160, not now. This is lame. How are people not smashing the like button? I don't know. I don't care. I don't really ask them, I guess. I could do that. I could just spend all my time asking for people to smash the like button, but it seems like a big fucking waste of time, and it doesn't seem to matter much if they do or they don't. Would it be crime if they took my options away from GME? What? What do you mean? The market is ripping. Calm down. What? What the fuck are you talking about? The market is not ripping. GME is ripping. And now it's not. There's so much pent up demand in the construction industry that their order book will be breaking records year after year once chip shortage is over. When chip shortage is over. Thanks, cough burp. I feel like the stream of Lightning Warrior Thursday will be extremely insightful. You both love GME, hate AMC. However, he doesn't do options. Okay. Yeah, it'll be cool. Would it be a crime if they took options away from GME so you can't buy options? Like if they took the buy button? No? They just stop making a market for it. Yeah, it's not really my thing to animals, but whatever. I guess the more people educated on like anti-options FUD, the better conversations can be had surrounding it. The run isn't purely due to them shedding puts. The shedding of the puts is a signal that they're going to let it run. You got it backwards. Have you looked at the puts for AMC? Have they shed puts there as well? Can you show me your Myrna daily triangle, please? I think it might be failing. God damn, this thing is good. I'm doing all right, Chris, son of Dan. Here comes Citadel's new investor. That's going to be the next. Ken Griffin stakes $10 billion margin going long GameStop. I can't wait for the articles. Then he's going to pretend to get burned. Be like, I lost all my money. And then they'll write articles about that. No, this scenario is entirely imaginary, but it'd be funny. Happy anniversary, D what? Of what? It's not an anniversary for me. I don't care when Ryan Cohen became fucking chairman of the board. You guys are such simps. Can they internalize hedging for calls? Yeah, that's what creates FTDs, board gamer. Synthetic share creation is internalization. As is ETF creation. What number of shares do you guess is overall shorted GME? I don't fucking know. The float? Maybe more? Maybe a lot more? In the Dick's post, he stated that when Jan 21 puts expire, it leaves their swaps unhedged and open to call. Can you comment on that and his post? I mean, it could just be that their swaps expire at the same time as those puts. But it's possible that they need to rehedge them. Which means they'll have to buy, what, Jan 2023? Which are at $1. They can't hedge as low. But they're also only $5 each. Could you do Ryan Cohen's obsession with poo? Maybe he's just like into scat or something. I don't know. IBAR rate was up yesterday to 0.6. Kramer just tweeted out AMD. I mean, Kramer might not be wrong about that one. Oh, bounce on AMD looks pretty good. Not all of Kramer's plays tank, just most of them. Anyway, my calls are for like a year out. Cup and handle on the 1 week's a bit long. I mean, it looks good. I pulled in my covered calls already. So I'm just going to wait for it to rip again and then sell covered calls at the peak. Or try to. Chase turning off the buy buttons. I don't know. I just I got an email the other day from AMD about their new like their software updates for fuck? For like Q1 2022? But it looks bullish as fuck. So, but I'm pissed. This time a year ago, I volunteered to clean out the house of my girlfriend's dead aunt, where I discovered Polaroids of the aunt diddling herself with the thickest cucumber I've ever seen. Hashtag natural pickling. Oh boy. That's got to be a fucking awkward conversation. It seems every time these posts about XYZ broker turning off the buy button just means you can't do a market order, and that's interpreted as turning off the buy button. Yeah, I think so. Why on earth have you bought sand at the peak? Oh, I didn't. These are just free from WeBull. Can the short hedge funds get out of their short position the more time goes on? Of course. But very slowly. They can't get out of it quickly. You sell cover calls and then sell the longs once you're sure they're tamping it back down? Or are you mostly referring to holding leaps? Wait, what? I was talking about Lucid. So Lucid bounced the other day, and I had like 160 leaps or $60 leaps that I sold back here during this big run up. So I bought them back. It was like 2 days ago, so right around here at 40. If it runs again and breaks out, then I'll sell more leaps on it near the top. And if I get called away, I don't care because I only have like 300 shares of Lucid and I'm already above my cost basis. So I'll just walk away with the premiums and my sold shares, which I'm fine with. Feb OI on GME up. Good. I'm sure AMC can reach $100. I think it could go all the way up to 145. Doesn't mean I'd buy calls on it. Because if GameStop goes to 145, GME's going to go to 1,000. What do you think about DDS now, and what's your selling price target? I mean, all my calls are for 340, Muhammad. So somewhere around there. My thoughts on DDS haven't changed. Now, if AMC hits 145, GME is going to hit 1,000. Is an AMC 145 the same as a GME 510? It's the same as a GME 950. Relatively. I mean, they're not, but not a lot. Aggro 28. Total calls on GME went up 40K in the last 2 days. It doesn't look like their attempt at stabilizing the price low is working. You've mentioned numerous times that short hedge funds are pretty much short the whole market. Would you please explain this a bit more? They're not. It's not that they're short the whole market. They're short retail and consumer discretionary. So, and they're short through ETFs. So they can short whole baskets of stock simultaneously. I assume that they expected a shift in economic trend. And probably went long like value stocks. But I think they were early. Right back fucking down again. This is fun. Look at them trying to get people to sell calls. Check out BB. What's it doing? Ooh, interesting. Hmm. They have control over dark pool executions hitting the market? Not really. I mean, they can offset them by using one versus another. I'm sure they know when the dark pools hit the market. That information, I think, is publicly available. Like FINRA reports it, or at least it's available to them. Yeah, it could just be bad data entry, Sam. Yeah, I read that DD that the stock can't remain over 250. But they changed it from like it can't stay over 250 for like X number of minutes, and then they were like, oh, it has to close above 250 and some other shit. Why did the price drop on high volume? It's likely that a lot of the buy side of that volume was internalized, Willem, based on the jump in dark pool volume. I have diamond handed calls for weeks past expiration. What's your takeaway with Sequoia Paradigm investing into Citadel? It doesn't necessarily have to be GameStop specific. It's nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It's PR. if they're shooting baskets of retail stocks through ETFs, if all of retail were to pump an ETF like XRT, would that pump all of the underlying retail stocks too? It's possible that more leverage could be exerted through the ETFs, but probably not in sufficient numbers by retail. Earnings, you want to walk through how to read and interpret a P&L, the balance sheet? Maybe. Sounds boring. You can just go read securities analysis, George. How do you check dark pool volume? I think it's available on unusual whales. I mean, I just get it from Turd. Speaking of which, I know you're in here, Turd. Do you have today's dark pool volume? What are we looking like? You seen the borrow fee on Lucid? I'm sure it's high. How soon can we see Jamie added to the threshold list if this continues? It's hard to say. We don't know what the rolling FTD total is on GameStop. It's impressive. $265K off exchange today so far. Okay, so that's not that high. Did MSN ask boomers to short XRT? I think I saw something about that. GME dark pool at 44% of total volume today. Jesus Christ. They can't keep this up much longer. Dark pool's trading higher than fucking our current price too. I think we're gonna bounce back up. Thank you, Turd. If it's thresholded, when would we find out? Oof. Probably maybe by this Thursday. But 5 days after it meets the requirements. $132.50 is an important fib level. That's because it keeps returning to that price. When MOASS answer me? I don't fucking know. So have you answered this already? Popping up. Thoughts on Citadel Security receiving? Uh, it's it's not necessarily related to GameStop. We don't know, right? So trying to tie it in with GameStop is pointless. Are there any requirements to be able to enter into an agreement like that? A pre-borrow agreement? Yeah. You have to so you have to locate the stock in advance, Jay Gills. So the locate is done in advance before the pre-borrow agreement is reached. So essentially you cannot synthetically short something that it's on reg show. You have to prove the existence and borrowability of real shares. That's why GameStop going on reg show would be so, it would be very important. You said January, but never happened. It's just starting. It just started yesterday. We just started the ETF FTD cycle yesterday, Carlo. Swear to God, people don't fucking read the things I write. I heard the locate part is difficult. You have to turn your head and look to the left, then the right. And boom, you found 10 million shares. Is there equivalent for longs? Can I buy a stock without paying for it? I'll pay it back in 35 days. Margin? I mean, they pay for it up front. If that's what you're asking. It's not like share creation's free. No problem, Steely Dan. XRT getting slammed. It's all the boomers buying puts. I wonder what's gonna happen when they start driving fucking FTD price action into the puts everyone bought. XRT still on rig show. Jimmy has to fail an aggregate of what is it? Hold on, I gotta do the math. I can't remember. Where's my calculator? Oh, there it is. Oh. So Jimmy has to fail 3.8. Wait, that's not right. 005? Yeah, let's hold on. $382,000 FTD, 382,450 FTDs a day for 5 days. Any clue why it dipped? Buy pressure let off. People sold out of options, probably weeklies. FTDs due today that much lower than yesterday. The volume today is a lot lower than Friday and yesterday. It should be lower. Let me take a quick gander. I don't know what Bob had predicted for today for ETF FTDs. Turd, do you know what Bob's ETF FTD prediction was for today? Hold on. I'm checking. What's today's date? Interesting. Tomorrow's the roll date for failures. So today, December 6th. Yeah, fairly low FTDs today. At least from the market maker side. It looks like 61.74% short. Short volume at 471,000. Long volume 291,000. Short exempt 15,000. Today, total flow 2,426,000. Okay. Bob, Turd, tomorrow's the FTD or the T+2 35 FTD date for the futures roll date. It was the same last year on the 13th, which is curious. It could be they can only internalize up until those future FTDs come due. Food for thought. $132 is down from 41% from the last stock offering. Sale price at open market at 225. Interesting. 19th. I think these future contracts might have been in play before the run in January. Maybe starting at Cohen's first buy-in August. Or possibly going all the way back to GME's share buyback. So last year, hold on, let me see if this actually lines up because I'm kind of curious now. I think it does. So tomorrow, uh, Jan 12th, is FTDs, FTDs, or T plus 235 C FTDs from the December 7th roll. And last year, oh shit, where was this one? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to save it. Last year, the roll date was December 10th. 2/30. Oh, interesting. There was a holiday. So it was due by the morning of the 36th. Or the morning of the 20th. What was our price action on the 20th? 74 million volume. I wonder when this future roll FTDs started coming in, if that's why we started to see the upward price action here. I mean, I think so, right? But there was a holiday there. So I guess they would have had to have covered on T32 or by market open on 36. It's calendar days, not January 36th. I never get a response when I ask anything. What did you ask? Did you tag me? If you don't tag me, like, I'm probably not going to see your question. I'm pretty done buying for now. John D. Rockefeller. I might pick up some weeklies next week or something, but I don't think I'm gonna go get anything crazy. Is your audio turned way down, or am I literally going deaf? Yeah, I don't think my audio is down at all. It's up pretty high. And you can kind of tell by seeing that nobody else in chat is saying anything about the audio. Text me if it goes parabolic. Futures exposure has routinely gone into the T plus 36 recovering since summer 2020. Are you referring to the roll? Holidays still affect calendar day. It just offsets it. Like, it doesn't, they don't get an additional day. So at T plus, they get an additional day. With calendar days, if there's a holiday, it's just due morning market open on the following day. So if there's like 32 calendar days and the next is 36 calendar days, then it's just due at market open on the 36th calendar day. Your audio is lower in the morning? That doesn't even make sense. Depending on the third Friday following Tuesday cycle, DD, is there any overlap with your cycle thesis? Third Friday following Tuesday cycle, DD? What DD is that, Mbagaton? I mean, yes, in regards to like ETF index OPEX in Feb, May, August, and November. This is getting irritating. Everyone's like coming out with DDs that are based like in part on my DD and are just like less conclusive. And now I have to like explain what their shitty DD means. MLK only applies. So yeah, it does. If the fails would fall on the holiday, they instead fall on market open the following day, DP. So it's unlikely that it's affected by the holiday in any significant way. Although the day after a holiday, you do have a doubling up of fails. Holidays don't count as calendar days as long as the fail doesn't fall on the holiday. So if the fail falls on the holiday, it's due at market open the next day. The scallop DD was amazing. I now know more about scallops. Welcome to the world of karma farming. Seriously. So tomorrow they have to deliver future FTDs. So big ups, some more options in the money, some more GEX, some MOASS. We'll see. And if they can internalize it, they're gonna. That apparently is the name of the game right now. The high dark pool volume and very low buy pressure in the lit exchange. Mike is great, uncompressed and natural. Thank you, Alarm Alert. It's the Linixis DD. I mean, he's just describing the part of the cycle that him and like Pone have been talking about, which was the what were they tracking? Like the SLD. I was just smooth Abe. Can you explain what internalization means and why they can only do it for so long? It's essentially putting the order flow onto their margin. So they margin the order flow and pull it off the lit exchange because they're the DMM and they can do that. I personally don't think that SLD plays a big factor into the reason we run in like Feb, May, August, June, or sorry, August, November. I think that these runs are due to large amounts of ETF gamma exposure over the quarter. The options expiration for ETF and index quarterlies occurs T+2 before each of these runs. I expect them to continue to occur, if that's any consolation. It's the same as November, or August, or May, or last February. It really doesn't have anything to do with what we're expecting right now. What we're expecting right now is when those run-ups occur, then there is a period that follows where they either roll or fail to roll. Futures contracts. And so when that happens, either the price goes up when they roll, or it stagnates and drops when they fail. When they fail, that creates FTDs in here, and we have an anomaly of upward price action due to the FTD pileup from failing to roll forward the futures contracts. We've been focused a lot on MM and ETF FTDs, and that's because we have no data on the futures. But the FTD spikes occur due to those futures contracts. And within the time frame, T+2 plus 35 and T+9 plus 35 of ETF and standard failures every time. And so we are looking for a pileup of those future FTDs to create an anomaly like what happened last January, or like mid-October into early November. So my theory already accounted for the quarterly run-ups. It's what happens after the quarterly run-ups that we're trying to, well, not trying to figure out. We know FTDs are due. The FTD spikes correlate with the failure of those future contracts being rolled. So I guess what we're expecting, or what we're hoping for, is for that volume to be significant. And if that volume is significant, that retail delta ownership or delta leverage will push the price higher and higher. So if you look at like my big, I shared this on the Discord, and then everyone's been trying to use it to farm karma since, but if you look at what happened last September and December, the failure to roll forward futures contracts. So after these quarterly expirations, which occur here, the failure to roll forward futures contracts created FTDs. Oh, that's where that one was from. Out here in the middle of the cycle. before the following run up. And so this is kind of what happened going into November is we had this anomaly that drove price action up. And then on top of that, we moved forward into that quarterly expiration, right? The one that that Lee Nixis is talking about that we expect to see in February. When they roll, we do not have that anomaly. So this is evidence of a roll. Price action continues upwards into the roll date and then immediately drops. They have FTDs in here, but they're smaller in number. Thank you, Visa VWAP. They're not going to let the algos continue to drive the price action once it gets high enough. They'll do it manually. That happened in the natural gas ETN squeeze that everyone likes to DGZAF or FAZ or whatever the fuck it was called, that everyone likes to go on about. They stopped algo trading on that when it hit its peaks and manually traded it until they were able to get enough liquidity off of the market in order to cover their short positions. Why is there such a massive volume difference between DDS is super illiquid, even more so than GameStop. DGAZF. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, same things. It's a bad comparison because that was like a delisting and it was also an exchange traded note, which is not the same as an equity. DDS is more illiquid than GME by a lot. Yeah, significantly more illiquid than GameStop. I just don't really have any opinions on it. It looks like it's over. Maybe it's not. Not sure why it's happening. Don't know anything about the company. How high are you thinking DDS will run? Is there any good DD on it? None that I'm aware of. I think I'm the only person really talking about DDS lately. I think a little while back, people were on it. DD from Urex 1995 shorted more than 100%, etc., etc. All right. For which stock you go? How's this for an explanation of internalization? Most buy orders hit Citadel. They say, we have a lot of money. We'll fill it ourselves without locating. By using the margin and routing through DP equals no buy pressure. Yep. That works. I guess maybe that's an easier way of understanding it. Last DDS, DD are from a year ago on Wall Street Bets. Okay, well, it's fucking good to go. Like 10 people in my office got COVID. I'm the only one here. I guess I'm swimming in raw sewage, surfing next to oil tankers as a kid has done me well. Did you grow up in Huntington Beach, turd? Even worse, Long Beach. I think it's just the Florida of the West Coast. If internalizing is happening, well, they just continue to keep the price from running. What would bypass it and trigger a run? They can only internalize for so long, which is what we saw happen last year before they have to dump that out onto the lit exchange. They can only take so much risk on. And this is the problem with a lot of the people that are like, oh, they hedge calls with a delta neutral strategy. Of course they do, but if the price moves against them, the risk compounds. So they can't just infinitely short to the downside. We talked about those asymmetric tails, right? And that divergence yesterday. No prime is going to continue loaning the margin to do that or to play that position. They're not just going to take on infinite tail risk so Citadel can maintain a flat price on GameStop. This is just not how it's done. I know people want to come up with like these far-reaching conspiracy theories about how the market works, but ultimately there is counterparty risk. And primes are not going to suffer that extent of counterparty risk on behalf of, a $500 billion fund. Yeah, I saw they got a cash injection. Probably in order to maintain their internalization. and if what I think is correct, and they're doing this across all of consumer discretionary, that's a big fucking position to try to maintain. You guys focus on GameStop and I feel like a lot of people, not all of you, but a lot of people aren't looking at the broader picture and the effect of this position on the entire market. We threw out buying deep in the money calls, 50 cents, and exercising to get better delivery terms. I responded in that DD yesterday. Many times you can actually find arbitrage in the money call chain. The question is if there's sufficient liquidity at the strike in order for you to get a fill at a price that is better than market. But frequently you can buy, if you want to buy 100 shares and you want to go into the call chain and do the math and put in bids, you may be able to pick up a call where you're able to exercise it for less than the current market price. To be able to buy 100 shares at maybe you maybe get 100 shares at 125 or 120 and we're trading at 131. I did yesterday, JC. Check out the clips. The prime doesn't give a shit if they crash the market. Prime's only, like, the big banks, they only benefit from market crashes. They want consolidation. It's better for them. Thank you, VWAP Hippopotamus. This dip has me scared about how far I'm willing to push my body behind the dumpster at Wendy's to keep getting these tasty deals. I'm scared they're gonna shut off the options button. I mean, they're not gonna shut off the sell button. They fucking, if the price runs, they need those options. GDS up 3.8% today. Yeah, it's twitchy. My call contract on DDS, well, some of them are up, some of them are down. They're fucking, actually, they're all over the place. I bought some very reasonably and some far closer to the ask. Should we talk about naked calls? Like a poor man's covered call, Grapevine, Texas Gainesville Massacre? You limit your upside. I don't like it. The DTCC makes money off of like member fees and fines. Yeah, XRT running up. I guess all those puts got blown out. Time for the CNBC boomer investors to paper hand. Thanks, Tickle Pickle. Average Joe made this yesterday. That's super dope. Can you explain the rapid morning price increase and the immediate dump afterwards? I mean, this was selling. Probably some shorting as well. They dumped their puts. The price shot up. Lots of people holding, 135 Cs for this week. Were in the money, and they probably sold, allowing the MM to deleverage or de-hedge, whatever you want to call it. And then probably some additional shorting here or a stop loss. Don't forget, as GameStop gets more volatile and starts to experience more volume, we will see more day traders in the stock. Our rejections will be a little stronger. Are you going to be selling CSPs? If so, when is a good time? I might sell some at like 130 if we see like a little dip below it today. Oh, you're talking about rolling forward? Okay, I thought you were talking about selling naked calls and then hedging them with one Feb 146. Yeah, you can roll out of the money calls down. You're going to reduce leverage, obviously, but you also reduce your risk. Can you share your eggplant parm recipe? I'm a piggy at heart and have FOMO. It's complicated to make. It could mean what we think it means, but there's no proof, right? Just because it's not necessarily causation. I will say though that in the last week, since the dates that like me and Turd and Lenixis and everyone has been talking about, we have seen volume shit 100 to 500% or more. I think it was more than 500% of the 3-month average. We've seen significant retail call purchasing. A massive bump in dark pool volume. Anything I'm forgetting? We've seen Citadel get a bailout. We've seen fake news articles about GameStop. These aren't occurring because nothing's happening. Yeah, arbitrage is like maxed out. We saw a spike in CVVWAP the first time since June. Yeah, massive put interest. So it's like, if people are telling you that like the DD's wrong, how do they explain this shit away? Oh, I'm sorry. An after hours price increase to $176 overnight. Now the question is, and what it's always been, is what are we going to do about it? We know the pressure's on, right? I tried telling everybody months in advance that this was going to happen. And if all of retail had gone out and learned about options 3 months ago and bought far dated calls, that pressure would already be there. And yeah, people would have been down on those calls, but that's not relevant, right? What would have mattered is the effect of those calls when they have to run the price of the stock. Like I said, most of us have already bought a lot of shares, or most of the shares that we're ever going to own. Sure, we might be buying a few a week or every other week or when we get paid. But for the most part, the vast majority of our retail's ownership is set. So if retail applies pressure to this cycle, then the potential for MOASS is there. I didn't lie to anybody. I didn't deceive you. I wasn't trying to get people to FOMO into calls and lose money. The opportunity is there. No. I understand the sentiment's picking up. Like, people are like, oh, this option shit makes sense. But for 3 months, nothing but FUD, right? Think how much damage that did. What's so bad about being patient and DRS? They'll extract themselves from their short positions, or the majority of them. It's not bad. It creates the floor. It's good. But you can't win a war sitting on the sidelines. You don't think they're fighting for their billions of dollars every day? Of course they are. KP55. I can't post links. Pink Cat says proof that options are a shill play. Sure. I took a position to play the Starbucks channel and I'm up 2%. Looks like about 10 days between bounces at a high of 117, a low of 104. Let's make some money. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, I took out 30 contracts yesterday in the money because I'm still not super confident on the channel, but they're up. It looks good. No problem, Yeti. Thank you so much, man. I don't care about fucking Reddit mod drama. I don't think a single uh, uh, for the most part, I don't think any of them are like fucking market experts. They're there to moderate a community and create a forum for fair discussion and education of the community that is invested and or interested in GameStop. Their job is not to decide what is popular, what is not. Their job is not to protect people from information. When Pink started that channel, she said that she started it to keep the discourse and information on GameStop open and fair. If she's doing something against that, that's a bit disingenuous. Red Chess Queen was not a market expert. I don't really trust Chamath to bring light to anything but his own wallet. MP, welcome to Dillionaires, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up in the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Our broker DVS shows two sets of options. It'll say Feb 18, Feb 18 1. What mean? One is anchored to the dividend. And they'll be far more expensive than the other. I think there's a link to Danimal Drinkables Yogurt's Spotify or SoundCloud over on the Discord. Moose. Wouldn't a change in fundamentals lead to MOASS without options or DRS? Not necessarily. I mean, it depends on what the change in fundamentals are. Options are hard to trade in Australia, so just buy each fortnight and DRS. And that's fine, KP. There's nothing wrong with buy and hold. I've written countless DDs on the positive effects of buy and hold and DRS. But I've also written DDs on how options apply pressure to that held position and create a demand. Without demand, you do not have price improvement. If we're on SSR, how's the put wall looking? They sold off a bunch, but there's still some in place. So our potential for upside is better now that some of those puts are dropped, but we'll see how that plays out. I'm confused why Jan 21 T plus 2 25 would leave variance swaps expired and exposed. Wouldn't it be T plus 35 plus X? What? Feb 22nd, 28th? Or does their exposure during the ETF windows force something? Why would they would need to hedge immediately after expiration? 61 cat. Why would they have T? There is no T plus 35 anything. 35, the 35 days is Reg T, calendar days. The Jan 25th is gamma exposure from ETF and GME leaps. It is T plus 2 from the Jan 21 expiration. If they have to re-hedge, they need to do it on January 23rd, is it? Is that the following Monday? 24th? Yeah, if they have to re-hedge, they have to start re-hedging on the 24th. Without lying on the application forums, though I feel like most apes aren't allowed to buy calls. Everyone lies on the application forums. I don't know a single trader that has told the truth on an options application forum. Not a single one that I've met. Even the ones that would qualify usually lie about income in order to try to get increased margin, shit like that. It's just a risk assessment. It's not like a legally binding document. It doesn't mean anything. It's just the brokerage doing their due diligence and saying, we checked. He said he knew what he was doing. He must have lied. When people come back and try to sue them for their massive options losses. Yeah, if you call Fidelity and you're like, I failed and it didn't give me options approval, they'll be like, oh, you should have answered the questions correctly. Can you confirm the delivery requirement for exercise options versus the lack thereof for purchasing shares? Is that true? Should we be emphasizing the importance of that method of purchase? If people are buying in blocks of 100, which is not super common, Kivo, then yeah, that method of purchase should be emphasized. You can check CBOE or OCC's regulations on options exercise, they are not, options exercise are exempt from bona fide market making. So they cannot use bona fide market making as DMM of GameStop in order to satisfy an exercise options contract. Not to mention, I think most of the options written on GameStop are written by Wolverine, not necessarily Citadel. While Citadel is the direct market maker for NYSE, I think the direct market maker for CBOE is Wolverine. But yeah, it's very clearly stated in their rules. The satisfying of an exercise options call must be done within T+2. And it is the responsibility of the options writer. This is why they are supposed to delta hedge and remain delta neutral, and that those positions should always be fully hedged. They are not, which is the advantage retail has in exercising options. They also force an exchange on, it also forces a trade on the lit exchange, which helps price improvement, similar to the way IEX would. Satisfaction of an extra, okay. Yeah, that's the word I wanted. My brain got tripped. Do you think Wolverine is in cahoots with Citadel, or do they delta hedge appropriately? I don't think they delta hedge appropriately. Satisfying occasion. Ugh. Why was Petterfee describing that brokers would have to go into the market to provide exercise shares? He was admitting MMs would fail the T+2. Yeah, which means that the broker forces a buy. Your broker, the broker that you transact the options trade on and the exercise on, will force a buy if the exercise of the option is not satisfied within T+2. So that's exactly what Petterfee was describing. Quick name. So buying an in-the-money option and immediately exercising would apply more pressure than buying 100 shares outright. Yes. The only option for synthetic satisfaction of an exercise is to borrow from an ETF. Which doubles their loss, right? Because normally when they borrow from an ETF, they borrow the share and then sell it, right? Or create. I should say create from an ETF. That's proper. So normally when they're using this creation process, they create shares and sell them, right? Which is like neutral. The cost of the position is just the creation, right? Because they get the money back through the sell. Now, they still have to satisfy the creation, but they got the money back, right? When they create shares to satisfy an exercise, they create the shares, so they pay for the creation, then they give the share away. So it's a one-way trade. There's no net credit on the other end. How does a broker force a buy on an MM? The market maker, the call writer, don't say MM because that's not accurate. The call writer is legally bound by the options contract. It is an enforceable contract, which means they can essentially margin call them for 100 shares. Does it make any sense to buy calls of XRT if you can't really afford the legit GME calls? I mean, it's a play, but I don't think it's like the play. Yeah, MD's looking good. No, the OCC is like the DTC. I mean, the OCC will enforce the exercise the same way that the DTCC would enforce a margin call or CBOE, depending. Macy's will probably run with the rest of the retail basket. So if you're near the money, you probably have a good shot of going in the money if you have enough time. Def. How much is BlackRock paying you? Not enough. We'll see. Some of that put wall got dropped as quick. Diamond hitting my last AMD 147 strike for next Friday. Am I going to get picked up? Looks good today so far. It's still confirming its bounce. 147, you got 2 weeks. You might have enough time. IV will pick up moving into earnings also. Don't forget, especially if the stock's running. Feb 18 150 is still good to buy. I like them. Yeah. I think that's a good contract. Has there always been a shitload of puts on XRT expiring next week? I'm not sure. I haven't followed the options chain over there religiously. It's fun looking at shifters how the number of puts is less but in the money, so overall price is almost the same as the cost of out of the money calls at retail buys. Probably nothing. One, get lightheaded. Maybe cough your brains out. But yeah, just don't start. That's stupid. It's a stupid habit. Yes to the XRT question on 90 and 87.50 puts. Oh, okay. What's your opinion on the GME price action right now? Were you expecting more movement? Is this normal? I was expecting fuckery. So, yes. That's why I started off this week by telling people that FTDs do not necessarily correlate with positive price action. They simply apply pressure and increase volatility and volume, which we have seen all three occur. Now the question becomes, how long can they internalize this volume? And we'll see. With an extra 1.5 billion, it could be a little longer. I saw the happy anniversary tweet, Stefan. My father is well aware of my degenerate gambling tendencies and my large position in GameStop. I finally gave him a thumbs up to buy GameStop stock. Hopefully he listens because we're primed. If there was agreed upon interpretation and understanding of options, this would go a long way in the discussion, as I see far too many ill-informed individuals are voicing opinions, myself included. It probably would. But reaching a consensus is more likely to just take time. It's too broad of a topic to cover all in one place. Thoughts on extra funding Citadel got today? We'll see. Could help them drag out their internalization. I don't know. We don't know what Citadel's position is besides the run on GameStop exposed them to loss from Melvin and Robinhood. And what loose information we can garner from their 13Fs. Citadel could be long volatility. They could be short volatility. They could be a million things. They could also be short, just short GameStop. We just don't know. So them getting 1.15 billion may mean that there's a huge spike in volatility that they need to hedge and they need extra capital to do so. It could mean that, you know, it can mean so many things. It's just not possible to say they needed money because they were going broke because of GameStop. Like, while we want that to be the answer, we have no way to prove that it is, right? It's just a correlation. Yeah, Jimmy's on SSR. DM. That's exciting. Oh, why would I care about what he has to say? Oh. Thanks, Secure. Isn't Jimmy on SSR from yesterday, which could explain the lack of shorting today? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it could explain the lack of shares being borrowed, right? Because they're not going to short GameStop that way today because of SSR, but they'll still use ETF creation and bona fide market making to suppress the price. Would you agree that it's at least not bullish for Citadel Securities? They're looking for outside capital for the first time ever? Not necessarily. They may be opening up a new like volatility position or new swaps or some new, financial instrument that they, want to explore but don't want to use their own money to do so. So it's not necessarily bearish. You never use your own money to do shit if you can avoid it. It's like business rule number one. That's why you get investors. You don't fund your own business. You create a business good enough that other people fund it. Did I take Imodium? No. Oh, I didn't have that issue. You're forgetting my constant flow of fiber supplements, Fluffiosa. I couldn't have plaquenurria even if I wanted to. So anti-options folks saying they would just deliver more synthetics and get away with everything are just funning. I mean, the people saying that are also saying they don't believe in the possibility of a short squeeze. Say Tuba. And yeah, it's just FUD. There's no unlimited risk being taken anywhere. You know what the best part of my day is about 10 seconds when I pull up YouTube and look for your stream because I think maybe YouTube will come up. I'll click your stream, but you won't be there. No goodbye, no see you later, no nothing. You just left. MOASS. I wouldn't do that. That's mean. Yeah, I saw the meme. Thoughts on selling shares on eToro and moving to another broker? Anything that encourages you to sell shares that are held in a brokerage instead of transfer is probably FUD. Any liquidity provided to the market helps satisfy FTDs. Yeah, I know you can't transfer on eToro. That doesn't mean they're lending your shares out, though. You know what'll be interesting if all these brokers are really lending everyone's shares out and we MOASS and people start selling shares. And the brokers start recalling the shares that they lent out without permission. I'm all about that. Can you read Dunkston's latest comment on the 510 Discord thread? Is there another thing to remember? Citadel isn't the options MM for GME. Isn't that Wolverine? It is, and it's complicated. Wait. That so the whole thing. Citadel could sell shares of GME nakedly and then hedge that sale with an options contract from Wolverine with delta equal to the shares sold nakedly. Wolverine could then hedge that contract with another options contract with delta neutrality from, say, a hedge fund called ShittyDell. If this trade ecosystem is between those three parties, they've magic shares out of thin air without producing a legitimate share that never has to be delivered because the derivatives can be rolled indefinitely. However, all three parties are naked short the stock as a result. Each of them have a margin obligation debt equal to the shares sold naked in the first place. As long as the equilibrium is maintained, no money changes hands and nothing needs to be satisfied. So retail buying options upsets this equilibrium. If there is a catalyst to move the price, this is the crux of Gherk's options discussion. To put this in perspective, if Citadel, ShittyDell, and Wolverine are all leveraged 3 to 1 and the options contracts are priced to give leverage 10 to 1, retail buying an option would put 3 times 3 times 3 times 10 pressure on their aggregate margin, which is being provided by the banks who are also prime brokers. Let's call our example Prime JPM. JPM can see their balance sheet through their membership in the stock trading club called the DTCC and can then see that retail has put 270 times pressure on our human centipede's balance sheet. Shit, someone's margin is getting pressured, and JPM would be on the hook if ShittyDell dies. So to protect their exposure, JPM goes out and buys calls to cover their exposure. But they don't buy one call, that only gives 10 to 1 leverage. They have to buy 27 calls if it's their money that has been borrowed, and if they executed ShittyDell's trade. Yep, that's a more complex rundown than I generally give, but yes. That is accurate, Dunstan. It's from the Discord. I can. Nah. The only way a broker can sell your shares. I mean, you can sue them if they do that. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to clip that. Fuck, I don't know when it started. Link the comment so I can post a screenshot of it to Reddit for karma. Yeah, I'm aware of the market closure on the 17th, Alethea. Which should be pretty interesting for the 18th and 19th, actually. Dunstan, if you want to format that into one cohesive paragraph and DM it to me, I'll post it in the daily. Is there a possibility of 250 by Feb 4th? That's early. I mean, maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. How does failed futures rollover equal FTDs? Well, we think that they're using futures to offset a short position, right? Either through ETFs, well, actually both. Through ETFs and actual shorts. By using these futures contracts as deliverables to say they're, say, positive 50,000 shares, while they're also negative 50,000 shares, they have the appearance of a neutral position. If they fail to roll forward this futures contract, they're suddenly 50,000 shares are due. Now, these are probably satisfied synthetically since futures delivery is pretty immediate and CME doesn't fuck around. So since they're satisfying the obligation of this contract by synthetically producing 50,000 shares, this is the number is arbitrary. Multiple futures contracts, I don't know how much each one is actually leveraged. But then that creates a scenario where FTDs become due. So I hope that answers your question, Ambugatan. Sorry, it wasn't 5 words. It's a little more complex than that. We also think that that's how they obfuscate their short position and why we seemingly still have links to ETFs like IWM. Right? GME no longer in IWM. Yet its movement and trading is correlated. And through those futures contracts, there may still be obligations due to IWM and other Russell 2000 ETFs, even though GME is no longer held in those ETFs. Selling shares in the open market, Gray, satisfies FTDs and provides liquidity. That's the problem. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't think there's a way to extract shares from eToro without selling. What are England's rules on share lending? I don't know. They have some. I know they have some weird short interest regulations. Not allowed if it's in an ISA. Oh, IWM. I don't know why I wrote IMW. IMW Jan 36. Got it. Now you're learning, Mr. M. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I was fucking up till 4 in the morning on the phone with American Airlines. It was a bitch. Those were also volatility hedges, JMac. So no, the Brazilian puts didn't matter. They were 50 cents or $50. Were they $50? I can't remember. 150, right? Those might not have been variance hedges. I mean, they printed. They drove the price below 150 before they were set to expire. So sorry, I thought you were referring to the Jan ones again. Yeah, I don't think Gray was shilling, dude. I think I just took his comment out of context. Sorry, man. Girk, are you going on tour? When you're coming to Denver, I'd buy tickets. Why is 250 by Feb 4th early? Is this cycle not gonna last? Not gonna be like last Jan at all? I don't think so. I mean, we can use last January as a correlator of when certain exposure is due, but I don't think it's gonna run the same way as last January. Like, I don't think our ups are going to be the same. I think there's far more ETF exposure, which pushes the cycle further into the end of January and February. We have all that ETF exposure that starts on February 1st because of the massive dodge of the gamma exposure in December, right? So no, I don't. And GameStop's so much more illiquid than it was last year. I don't think the cycle is going to be the same at all. But do I think price realization could be the same or better? Possibly, yeah. Okay, so they're not actual. It's not actual share ownership. Yeah, then it shouldn't matter. Can you explain exactly how ETF fund creation and then shorting works? It's not really shorting, it's just selling. The AP goes to the ETF and creates a basket of stocks, and then they can do with those stocks what they please. They can go and sell them on the lit exchange, driving the price of those underlyings down. They can hold them. They can return them to the ETF and extract other shares that they prefer. I mean, we're seeing the pressure pick up, Yuns. So I think it's holding up. I think the question we're faced with now is how long can they internalize this order flow for, with our dark pool volume sitting at 50% for the day. Do you only expect big price movements by early Feb or still all of January? I mean, this can break at any time. We don't know when they're going to stop internalizing. Remember, we had like 100% days last year. It could be the future cycle FTDs. I think the term theory is FUD. Gotta keep it what it is. Thanks, Yo Banana Boy. When you see Congress members invest in Jamie, that's a good indicator. In 8 Chira, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
How can they internalize when buy volume greatly exceeds sell volume? I mean, where do you get that buy volume greatly exceeds sell volume? If buyers outweigh sellers, yes, they can naked short. They can continue internalizing trades on their margin by satisfying those buys with synthetics. They could also like choose how they group odd lots. And then they can then send those odd lots to dark pools, further delaying them printing to the market. So like retail market buys. Gripped me one more time. There's around 200 million FTDs since October. Besides selling, how else can they make liquidity to satisfy the FTDs? I mean, they just have to match the FTDs. And where do you get 200 million FTDs since October? For GameStop? Do you have a price target for Jan 25th that if we don't hit, you would start rolling your Feb options? I mean, if they don't print, then yeah, I would start rolling them. If they start to print, then I can roll them forward profitably. That's the price target. Are the options profitable or not? If they're not, the highest price I can sell them at. You can't add daily FTD numbers. It's a running total. I know. I've tried explaining that so many times, Daniel. So what if it drops 50%? Exactly. It's just like you're just gonna buy it cheaper. You're saying that a breakout will be violent and sudden? Most likely. Yeah. Wait, what, Stefan? You say crime is involved, but manipulating the price of a security is supposed to be a crime. But market makers are designed to manipulate the price of a security and maintain a low volatility trading environment. So in reality, what you're calling crime is them doing their job. Can you explain internalization, how it affects positive price going forward? Well, because eventually the satisfaction of those buy orders via synthetic has to print to the market. If they're just matching and not just capturing order flow and satisfying internally with shares they already bought from inventory. Because they don't borrow games. There's a small amount of FTDs on GameStop, Lewis, but not in the ETFs that contain GameStop. They are not borrowing from the SEC lending pool if they can avoid it. A significant spike in GME's borrow rate would be a signal that they are over short GME to long positions. Your trading view with all the FTD info, the gray lines with the words bars on it, what mean? Also, you have FTD numbers on those gray lines. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't have any FTD numbers on anything. Bars? Those are just bars as trading days. The volume it's listing is just the volume measured during that time frame. Those are just date measurements. Showing when FTDs are due. I still think January is going to see price improvement, Noah. And I think that price improvement is going to continue out past January, which was always the original thesis, as long as significant options holdings exist past the exposure dates. We jumped from 130 to 176 at the peak light of my life. It doesn't suggest that it's undervalued. I mean, it is, but it suggests that the price is very sensitive to buy pressure. Future rollover delivery isn't due by today. It's due tomorrow. Not today. Aggro. Also, if you don't tag me in your comment, I probably won't see it. And even if you do, chat's going kind of fast, man. Yeah, I'm not doing that, Yuns. Because you know what nobody needs during MOASS is any contact with social media whatsoever. Nothing good will come from that. No, not to Feb 2nd. The ETF FTDs stop overlapping on Feb 14th. And that's just the most recent update to the overall theory. Was because they slammed the price to avoid December's gamma exposure using ETF creation. That creates another block of FTDs here. So they kicked this exposure out. That doesn't change the rest of this. That doesn't change this overlapping exposure from futures. This just adds additional exposure at the end. I never should have published my chart beyond that because now it's just going to be constant questions about how to read it. And people spamming it on Reddit trying to farm karma, which is cringy as fuck. And is going to create far more questions than it answers. I don't know what you could do with high karma. Boof it? Apparently there's some issues with eToro. I don't know. I don't live in England and I don't use them as a brokerage or wherever there are. Are they in England? I would say we're mostly equally volatile because the buy pressure doesn't exist to the degree that the sell pressure does. And the way MBBO bid ask affects price. I won't receive my DRS letter until March. Computer share affirmed via phone that I can't sell if I did not receive the letter. What should I do? I have no idea, man. Lots of people can't DRS from eToro. Okay. I want to put it out there. It's not crime just because a smooth doesn't understand the way a market works and assumes certain rules. I know. Currently, there's about 112 total OI, 218 and after. Do you think this is enough? That would be a good number. If not, it's solid. It's about a quarter of last year. I think it's more than that, Pat. No, I don't read into stupid tweet memes. Do you expect a run this week? Maybe. I don't know when the dam's gonna break. I just know there's pressure on it. I said I wouldn't bank on 250. I mean, a 250 call is out of the money. It's our high resistance locally, a user. Even if we did get a run from this price point, I told people that I expect maybe 220 at best. And that would be peaking, like that would be volatility over where it settles, which would probably be around like 2 to 210. This is not new information. Can that run continue into the rest of the cycle? Yes. But the initial spike, no. You're talking about a price point like almost 100% over the current trading price, like double, 2x our current price. We definitely have resistance to the upside. Also, December's exposure, right? We were trading in November, we were trading at 250. And then they shorted to dodge the gamma. And we've been trading in this range, besides that after hours spike to 176. We've been trading in this range for weeks. So if we start to see price improvement, like this got kicked to beginning of Feb. So this is now going to occur between Feb 1st through 8th, primarily. We still have futures FTDs, ETF FTDs, and GME FTDs We still have gamma exposure for the leaps. But currently, they're internalizing everything. So until that breaks, until they can no longer internalize, we're not going to see price improvement. When we do, I don't know to what extent, it's very volatile to the upside. We went up $50 fucking on 890,000 volume the other night. Now, it's unlikely that we would go up that fast on that little volume during market open hours, but it's possible. So can I predict the upside? No. But is 250 really far out of the fucking money right now? Yes. I still have Feb 300s and 350s. If those end up being a volatility play, so be it. They are at price targets that could go into the money, much like my 250s are. That doesn't mean they will, but I am prepared to exit them if they are profitable and roll them forward to a later date if price action seems to be sufficient to support a higher and higher floor. We'll see. I don't know how many FTDs are due, GME. Like, we can estimate the ETF FTDs due to the fund flow, but we can't estimate FTDs due on GameStop itself. What would prevent them from being able to internalize? The prime's no longer allowing them to take on the risk. Maxing out their margin in relation to GameStop. DDS ripping. Yeah, it looks good. Up $16 today. I have no idea what current XRT short interest is. It doesn't matter. Short interest on ETFs is kind of irrelevant. They don't have a float, so. What's up with all the shill FUD in chat? All these randos coming in. So Pickle Man is wrong about the Jan squeeze. Is it like 11 days in? Calm down. Even worse, the only prediction for a squeeze was if retail buys shitloads of call options. Otherwise, I didn't think one was possible. Do we have enough? Maybe. We might not. No, they can't internalize forever. You do realize that retail didn't sell in after hours the day it ran, when short hedge funds actually need to buy from retail. 800K volume will make us rise hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Not even 800K on level 2 data. Are you talking about this? Like limit orders? I mean, there's conditional orders that can be met at any time, and I'm sure there's sell walls conditionally to stop upward price action. But yes, if they need real shares of GameStop when that point comes and they need to buy them from us, the price will likely gap up. And it will gap up continuously. I'm looking for post-market volatility. JT Acula. It could happen in after hours today. I expect that they will try to satisfy as many FTDs in after hours as they feasibly can. It is a low liquidity environment, though, so they may not be successful. Why does nobody understand what internalize means? It's in the FTD report. Everybody should have been informed on this shit months ago. I've been asked at least 60 times today what internalize means. I don't want to answer it again. Why after hours? Options market's closed. So the positions they're buying probably won't be actively hedged against. So if they run the stock, it's not going to run the gamma up, right? It's not going to run the delta up. I'm not checking fucking general in my Discord. Kirk is internalizing his explanation of internalizing. Citadel transacts all order flow for GameStop into NYSE. They are the DMM. Okay, you lost me. This is what DMM means for us. Or for what internalizing means for us. GME is being bought. Thank you, Han. No Riku for you. Darth, not a Dan for mod. Thank you, Kaiser Dan. It's even more illiquid after hours, Jason. This might be a breakout, by the way. Internalization. Kenny owes DTC money. Pickle Man owes Ken money. Pickle is responsible and pays his debts. Ken gets the money from Pickle, but then uses it to buy more shorts instead. DTC gets mad, busts Kenny's knees in for money. Kenny has to sell all his other things and buy back in. Bam, internalization. Beautiful, Daniel Taylor. I'm going to clip that and then just... anytime anybody asks me what internalization is, I'm just going to refer them to that clip. Please check out volume on XRT. Hey, look, XRT is doing a thing, guys. Wish GME would do a thing. More than this thing. What's DDS doing? Rip. Let's go, Dillards. If you want to DM me the timestamps for that explanation, RM, sure. Very small float. If you go up down cycle. I think most of us didn't know the 25th expected peak wasn't a thing anymore, even with lower trading price. I listen all day, every day. I'm pretty smart, dude, and get the memo. It's like you've quietly shifted your expectations to Feb. Thanks for everything you do. I haven't. The Gex for January 25th is still there. The question is, do we have enough options in the money for there to be significant gamma exposure? When we were trading at 250, significantly more gamma exposure for the 25th. If we run in the next several days and we see price improvement, but it's all relative, right? You can't have tons of gamma exposure if none of the fucking options are in the money. They internalized last year too. They did this same shit, but it was different. Jimmy got reg showed last year. Yeah, it ran on the 13th when the futures FTDs came in. That might be true this year as well. The futures FTDs might pile in tomorrow and we might shoot to the moon. And if we go up $100 or $150 in the next few days, that means there will be significant gamma exposure on the 25th. But the Feb 1st and 8th ETF FTDs have always been part of the theory. That overlapping exposure window between November failures and now the December failures means that window is stronger for price improvement. That's more bullish on that end. If they change expectations in the near term, we have to change expectations in the far term. This is not a static strategy. If you expect it to be static and fixed, you should be buying like calls for fucking 4 years out or 2 years out, 2024. Yeah, exactly. Same, but different, but still the same. Let me explain what happened so you understand this for those of you that are concerned. The window of expectations began here, right? This is where our anomaly window begins. And we expected our anomaly window to drag out through here to February 8th. This is why Feb 18th were the first calls with sufficient liquidity to make sense. Okay? Now, what has happened? Well, we didn't maintain the price that we wanted to on the upside, right? We are now trading, $120 below the price we were trading at previously. Now, what effect does that have? That reduces gamma exposure, and it reduced gamma exposure for the entire chain moving forward from when they began to short it in November. And it was the whole fucking basket got shorted, right? So it's reducing gamma exposure not only on GameStop, but reducing gamma exposure on those ETF leaps that also fuel our price action. But by using ETF creation to defeat that gamma exposure, they have shifted that gamma exposure into failure to delivers, which are due now between February 1st and February 14th here in this window. So what does that do? This cycle remains the same. FTDs will continue to compound throughout from today, through the end of February, or through the beginning of February. But now there's additional exposure from Feb 1st through Feb 14th. Because the expected exposure for December did not occur, and they kicked the can. So where they would have been creating FTDs here, they instead created them earlier. So the FTDs that would have occurred due to the gamma exposure on December 22nd instead occurred in the 2 weeks before. Which means that they've kicked even more interest into this cumulative January cycle. And a user, you've been following long enough to know that what's going on, right? You're on top of this. I know you are. So this should fully make sense to you. That doesn't change the exposure we have in January, but it does add to it. Why did they avoid December? Likely because of the delta sensitivity spike. They would have had to have hedged like 800% for every 5% increase in price of GameStop. And I think that's how Yelya's delta sensitivity charts tie into my theory. And if you look last year, a similar, almost the exact same thing happened. In order to dodge the hedge, they shorted the stock, which is exactly what you want to produce. It's the exact effect you want to see to produce a short squeeze. You want to see that asymmetric risk diverge. So as delta sensitivity goes up, they bring the price of the stock down. And in that divergence, risk becomes greater and greater as time goes on. And it will find an equilibrium, and when it does, it can be violent. Much like we saw occur last year on GameStop. To buy myself more theta poker. If we don't get me wrong, if we're trading at, 350 or 400 by Jan 25th, I'm not going to roll my calls, right? I'll just hold them. No, while I expect there to be some GEX that plays out today from Friday's shorting, we may have already seen it, right? We saw a similar price action to what they do when they cover weekly GEX, which is they drop puts and buy. So if there was any gamma exposure from Friday, it probably already played out. We do have the first set of, we have the futures roll FTDs, which seem to be significant historically, not as significant as futures fail FTDs. And these caused price action last year. We'll see if it does again. A lot of that price action began occurring in after hours. No, Linux's theory is based around the SLD dates overlapping now, I guess, or overlapping with the options expiry, which it just will by nature. But the Feb, May, August, November cycle that occurs is separate from this. It facilitates this, but it's also separate. Reg show should occur. So the Feb 18 300s and 250s, anything out of the money, right, can be rolled forward on a volatility spike. So if IV spikes, you should see significant gains on those contracts. At which point, if price action doesn't follow suit, right? Say the price is defeated at 220 or 250, and we don't see that climb up into 280 or the gap up into 300 or a further climb into 350. You can just simply roll those profits forward to further dated contracts, maintaining the delta pressure over the course of their failure to delivers. The point is the Feb 18s capture, even if they don't capture the full breadth of the movement that we see, they will capture the beginning of it. They will become profitable, right? I think Bob has estimates for those FTDs in his ETF flow thing that he does with Turd, but I don't really do that. Turd, does Bob have FTDs out to yeah, I know volatility's picking up on GameStop. Um do you guys have the FTDs out to Feb yet or no? You mean profits? No, only T plus 3 9, so we don't know Feb until later. Okay. Can't you just weird? Is it not just like a derivative of flow? Is that not how he's estimating the FTDs? Is he doing it based on SEC data? But SEC data is reverse looking. Like it doesn't tell you anything about future fails. Like it doesn't even hit the books as a fail until 9. And then if it's creation, it's marked long anyway, so it wouldn't hit until T plus 9 plus 35. Hmm. Can you please put your trading view back onto daily? Wait, what, Carl? It is on daily. Oh. Huh. Oops. Why can't people just change it themselves? Oh, you can only view and not change. Okay. There. I saved it on daily again. That's stupid. I wanted to be able to quickly look at CVView up, but it's fine. Dip before the rip, or just the dip before the dip. We'll see. What's other shit doing? DDS still just shooting up. XRTs. That's not a good look. XRT failed the test. It's getting slammed down a bit. Jesus. I really tend to stop that breakout. AMC always has massive volume. Stock trending red, stagnant, chat restless, gherkinoided are impatient. Please, we need a pickle on the chart. Dear God, do we need a pickle up there? I'll even solve for one of the smaller ones. Oh, fine. This isn't, that's not right for this moment. There we go. Put stuff up there. Poke it. Big shorts. There's no point fucking speculating on what the investment into Citadel means. Zero. It's useless. It's useless information. It doesn't give us anything. Stop talking about it. You can hypothesize 100 different scenarios from a capital investment into Citadel, and none of them could be right. Citadel having slightly more money than the obscene amounts they already have doesn't fucking matter. $1 billion is not a lot. Turning around is different than has made a turnaround. If it hits $5 or breaks its EMA, I might be looking at it, but right now it's still kind of uninteresting. It's just super volatile. Was it a couple of large volume spikes on AMC just as a GME took a large dip? I don't know. The AUM is like 22 billion, so 1 billion is actually a lot of money for the hedge fund. Their assets, Citadel's, the market makers, fucking assets under management are far in excess of $22 billion. You're talking about the hedge fund? Like Citadel's hedge fund? Get the pickle you like to thank you for employing Stefan. However, request a new pickle. We're still waiting for Splin Pickle to finish TMNP. What about pickle for Grizzled, Biter, Ecstasy? The other mods all have pickles. We appreciate you. Did you skip my super chat? I don't know, maybe. What strategy would you prolong? Would you use to keep prolonging getting squeezed? I didn't skip your super chat. I answered that. View up to Disciple. What strategy would you use to keep prolonging getting squeezed? This one I might have missed. To prolong the squeeze, I mean, you could just roll your contracts forward. You can roll contracts up and out. You can roll them forward and lose some leverage. You could roll them nearer the money. Feb 18's 250s are probably going to print because I'm definitely down like 50% as of now, and I don't want my accountant to see how dumb I am. Yeah, I answered that. I think, yeah, I still have Feb 250s and 300s. I'm not holding them for fun. Pickle up my jar. What the fuck is this? When does watching Kenny flagellate himself turn from a sex act into cause to call social mental services about an at-risk what? The fuck are you talking about? An at-risk senior? I mean, should call CPD to perform a wellness check on Kenny. I'm sure he's fine. Thank you, VWAP Disciple. Just get my $1 billion super chat. Where do random sell walls come from? Shares to sell at a strike. What do you mean, where do they come from? If someone puts a limit order in to sell 5,000 shares at a specific price. That's where they come from. So they didn't roll in November, and we still have no action. Well, the action began yesterday, Viking Ales. Is our volume not up? Thank you, Chicken Tender Daddy. I'm not going to read that. Yeah, of course, Spidey. That's still a sale. Although generally an order to sell short is executed at market in order to drive the price down. They're extremely volatile, Papa Muff. Well, maybe Bob will be in here later today. I think he was in here earlier. Are my Feb 18s going to print before I have to give my accountant my tax information? I don't want him to think I'm as dumb as I actually am. He still thinks I'm a smart man. Don't you have till April? I mean, your Feb 18s are going to do something before April, right? Do you know if there's any validity to the claim that Vanguard was not allowing market buys yesterday? I don't think Vanguard has allowed market purchases for quite some time on GME. I don't think that's like new info. You have unheard of tolerance levels. I've been zipping in and out for hours because of work, and every time it feels like Groundhog Day. How much did this failed shorting cost Citadel? I don't know. Do the math. Can you confirm Dilly the Kid is based off Zakir? Yeah, it is. Zakir and Boots. Release the NFT marketplace. Would you be surprised if we traded between 120 and 130 the rest of the week? Yeah, I think so. Although I feel like it could potentially extend towards the 20th. FINRA reported SI at 8.4 change of 188. DTC up to 4.7. For what? Dude, don't we get a new short interest report soon? Because reporting requirements are irrelevant. FINVA says GME shorts float 13.6. Okay. Why is everyone telling me GME is reported short interest? Two questions. Why is a bona fide market maker not required to report to anyone? Well, because they got themselves some nice exemptions. Or you're allowed to have a hedge fund, creating a massive conflict of interest. It's not their hedge fund, it's a separate entity. Welcome to US corporate law. Can you believe your Infinity War exit DD was posted 225 days ago? The passage of time is transitory. Theta always decays, Fronium. If SI is 40%, they're so gone. I'm back. I didn't play Yu-Gi-Oh. What's up, TV? Yeah, I sell cash secure puts on GameStop. Actually, I might want to sell some right now. Huh. What's interesting about this is it's downward price action doesn't correlate to the rest of the basket, which means it's a direct short on GameStop itself, which is interesting. This may not stabilize. I think we're gonna see upward price movement through January. I think that's gonna continue, and the exposure is even additionally compounded after as we move into February as well. So before we expected ETF exposure to run through February, the beginning of February, into the 8th. We still do, except there's now more ETF exposure at the beginning of February. But that's, shit I posted like 2 weeks ago now. No problem. We still expect price movement in January and price improvement. There's just now more exposure in February than there was initially. There was always going to be some exposure on February 1st and February 8th. Now there's exposure all the way through February 1st to the 14th. Whose Ko-Fi did I miss? I'm not reading that. I don't care how much money he sends me. I get shadow banned enough, Carl. Citadel, the hedge fund? Yeah, they were 35 billion. See you later, meditation. Thought I could get you. Oh, silly VWAP down cycle. Is this the kind of direct shorting that can put Jamie on reg show? I mean, we need to see flow from the SEC lending pool, which is impossible. So we don't know. So since you keep getting caught up in the chart and not paying attention to all of need whores, I think you should stream an extra 2 hours a day. Anyway, Carl deduced that since I renounced the DANs, we've gone above the EMA 250. Did I do this dip? Maybe. Maybe that's why DFV told me to ban you. Because he knew that you renouncing the DANs was the downside catalyst. Interesting. Triple bottom on XRT, or am I smooth brain? I mean, it might be a triple bottom and you could be a smooth brain. That's a double bottom. Or just like a really shitty head and shoulders. This looks way worse than it is. It's actually only $2. Or like $3. It's not that big of a deal. Is there a way to short Citadel? I don't know. Please tell me you've had to talk about my dicks all day. No, much like most of your DDs, JFresh, no one understood it. I've just been talking about what internalization means for like 4.5 hours. 5 hours? 5 hours. Now we get our rip? And they're really trying to control the range on the volatility. It's kind of funny. They're trying to get us to sell their calls. What they don't know is that GME holders have been holding calls until they were worthless for an entire year. People are well practiced. Diamond hand call gang. Jokes on them. We diamond hand options too. Number 9,996 Cup of Joe. I can't thank Gherkin for showing us the way and killing FUD. Gherk, you're a prince among men, Persian or not. Matt Squatch, I was wondering if you could explain internalization. Don't understand why you never talk about it. Fuck you, Matt. Bastard. This $100 weekly is gonna print or it's gonna expire. Now they're diamond handing options. Citadel intern 2022. That's puts on rope, calls on hope. Maybe. Can you explain DRS? It's like taking your shares and putting them in your basement freezer because you might eat them next year. Freezing the balls off a brass monkey in TO. Passing the time watching you and want to thank you for what you do. Sitting on 16 contracts for Feb 18 and 87 shares. Cheers. Thank you so much, Bop Bop. I appreciate that, man. That's weird. Adam. I'm probably banned again or shadow banned or whatever they do to me. Can you explain stock? Fractional ownership in a corporation that is publicly held. I charge an extra 75 cents when a client wants to internalize when we're working the dumpster. Except for DFV, when he shows up, I internalize for free. I mean, he's a millionaire. Shouldn't you be charging extra? Like, charge him $1.50? When do you think DDS will pick up FOMO? Never. That's one of the problems with it. Can you give us uni oven recipes? Probably. Having a hard time understanding. Can you please explain pickles to me? They're anything brined in like a salty vinegar solution. I don't like s'mores, Carl. It's a stupid snack. I don't know who thought up the s'more and was like, "Oh, this is a great idea." They were wrong. It's just like trying to eat hot chocolate and marshmallow from in between two hard crackers. It's fucking terrible. It's a recipe for disaster. Internalizing is like boofing. Citadel is boofing the buy orders on their books. Eventually, Citadel will no longer be able to fit any more orders on their books, causing them to spill out violently. I thought we talked about this months ago. This is where boofing came from. Yeah, I'm wrong. Pineapple pizza, blah, blah, blah. Who was the first person to discover cow milk and how? It's probably like some. I mean, they probably killed a cow and they were like, I'm going to suck on this teat thing. And then they got milk and they were like, holy shit. The question is, was bull mayo discovered before the milk? As Dillard's beginning to squeeze, it's beginning to look less like a piece of shit. My door lock actuator is sticking. Any tips? WD-40? Lo mein noodles or thin rice noodles? I mean, those are so different. Why? So there I was, barbecue sauce on my titties. Do you like pesto on pasta? It's good. Yeah, I like pesto. It's delicious. Fresh pesto. Not that shit that comes in jars with like a half gallon of olive oil smeared on top of it. It's usually not even olive oil. It's like canola oil. Wheat bread or Gruyere? Those are very different things. What's another thing that you absolutely hate that we don't know yet? Fucking just like most things. I want to let you all know during the last year's June run up, I bought out of the money leaps that went red right after the share offering. I was down over 80% until the August 24th one run and went green in one day. Keep the faith. Yo, Banana Boy, thank you for your words of encouragement and for being a billionaire, man. Thank you guys, Chakuseki and Velvet, for the donations. Can someone answer how they can short every fucking day? Infinite ETF share creation. Nigh infinite? Well, only capped by their own margin and willingness to take on obscene risk. Anytime I see a large group of people enjoy something, I'm immediately off put by it. Does that make sense? So if everyone's like, this is great, I'm like, It's because I'm very judgy of large groups of people being into anything. I'm already off put by myself, JFresh. I don't need any help. No, no. Retail invested in GME is definitely the underdog. No, I don't like hipsters either. It's too popular. Like, it comes from my assumption that the vast majority of people are really, really stupid. And so if a lot of people really like something, I have to assume that that thing is probably stupid. I'll reassess later. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't hate everything just for the sake of hating it. I like cats. Like AMC. Too many people like AMC. That's the best bear case against AMC. Is that the same people giving stock advice on it also have an OnlyFans, right? Like, if I really had an OnlyFans, this channel would be way more popular. Mm. Thoughts on Rubens? Rubens are great. See, now you're trying to marginalize my hate, and that's not going to work. I'm just a person of extremes. I either love something or I despise it. I don't find a lot of room for middle ground. It's a waste of time. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. I'd rather be a Sith than a Jedi. Odds of Jimmy going past 137 before Feb 4th. Pretty good. Oyster sauce? Pretty good, actually. I've had it in things where it wasn't used well, though. That was not good. Know any good New York Jewish delis? Most of them have just become tourist traps. Maybe out in Brooklyn. No fun. If the exposure of everything is covered and we stay at, let's say, 480, what tells us they don't buy puts for $1 billion to get it down again? I mean, if we start dropping, that would pretty much tell us. Clip Star Wars reference. I've never done graffiti. Have a Wendy's biggie bag from the Dans and join us behind the dumpster. Praise be to the Lady VWAP. We will soon ascend to Valhalla to meet her. Katz's is just not as good as it used to be. Like, not even close. It's also just overpriced. My questions never get answered. Well, I don't ask better questions. I never said that there were no stupid questions. There's a lot of them. I'm just kidding, man. I probably didn't see it. Can you explain how DDS can jump in share price while options remain stagnant? No one's making a market for it. It's also super fucking illiquid. My name doesn't get read aloud unless I pay for it. Aloysius de Van Dander Abercrombie. Yes, it does. You know what I think it is? I think most people just don't express the things they hate because they're afraid of being judged for not liking something. Fuck that, and fuck what other people think about you. Deep fucking abundance. I swear to God, if you say internalization again, I'm going to time you out. I hate the French language spoken aloud. So my Feb DVS calls are fucked. There's no IV spike. Oh, there's IV spikes. IV's been ticking up all day. It just doesn't happen in relation to price action the way you'll expect it to because the market's not being made effectively. It's not an efficient market. So you're saying you're going to internalize our chats? I don't know. Where did you learn TA? You can start by paper trading, doing lots of research, and checking out technical analysis of the financial markets. That'll give you a good foothold. You can learn from there. Can you explain how they internalize the Brazilian puts they DRS'd? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm going to find you, Nesquick. I'm going to find you. I'm going to time you out. Hold on. Was that? My love for things gets me judged. I don't know if that's true. Where did you learn YouTube? I haven't. There you are. You made it easy for me. Ha! Take that, Nesquick. Because they can't. I've told you guys a million times. If it was all crime and they could just infinitely short the stock, it'd already be at zero. Oh God. Pineapple Pizza Union? Really? If you guys are gonna unionize, I'll just fire you. Have you internalized Dr. K's meat pie? Plocketeria. You're really obsessed with that phrase. I don't think it's catching, Fluffy-osa. Maybe you should try it with Kenneth, like Cordilleria. Or Corderia. Doesn't work. Sanjit's been gone for a long time. Can you prepare a quick options presentation for the Cosmic Lightning Warrior segment? Probably not. I have no mouth, but I must scream. Big Girk censorship strikes again. Okay, see, but I said I love the Jonas Brothers, and people say ew. Well, there's a difference between. I don't know. It's just. It's the Jonas Brothers. Like, ew. Mayoria. There you go, Chalky Seki. What is NAL? I don't understand these Pineapple Pizza Union donations. Not a lawyer. I don't ignore Zakir. My problem is I ignore a lot of what the mods say in chat because they're usually posting links or talking to other people. No, I don't like weed or being high. Oh, they're spelling out internalize. Just why? Nope. Rocket. About the internalizations, call us maybe. Love your favorite mortgage company. Oh, Jesus. Just because I used to work for a marijuana company does not mean that I smoke weed. Although it usually does. What is a filler sat? What does a filibuster do in the grand scheme of things? Wastes time. Much like the Senate. Original Piano Prodigy, thank you so much for becoming a member, man. I appreciate the support. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Billionaires Country Club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
Did you pay to misspell internalization?
Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Well, this is my fault. Are you painting your face for the Cosmic Warrior stream? No. I'm not a child. And even when I was, I don't remember liking wrestling much. Yeah, tomorrow. Internalization for mod. Is Dillard's ripping? Don't say that to me and then it's not. It is. Fucking Dillard's. I knew it. Who's Cosmic Lightning Warrior? He's. I don't know. I've never watched his show. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. But I'm open to new experiences, JC. And that's what matters. If you if I were you, I'd probably ignore the mods too, especially Carl. Although if I were you, I would have hair, so I'd not be here but outside with the wind flowing through my permed locks. That makes sense, average Joe. I have 11 Dillard's calls for 350. He's hype. That'll be an interesting. Is it no, GME Hype Man is a member of this channel. Slander. Carl is a bad actor. I saw what was happening. I don't know because I figure okay, I'll be honest. I figure that maybe not the most mentally prepared people for options are his primary viewership. And in an effort to defeat FUD or surrounding options, I am willing to put my credibility on the line. Is that a satisfactory answer, Silver Reserve? Although, if he asks me what internalization is, I'm going to end the stream. I don't know what's going on with trade spotting and Rocky. I reached out to them, they reached back out to me, then nothing comes of it. I'm sure they're just busy, as they've said. I understand. This shit is tiring. Like, and it's not easy to arrange those things, and then you're streaming however many hours on top of the hours you've already streamed. No, it's Thursday. I hope we just run super hard tomorrow. That way I'm equally hype. I'm doing it now. Did you see the options FUD I tagged you on from SS? Oh, that guy who like is just rehypothecating the idea that fucking uh market makers can just carry around infinite tail risk and their primes are okay with it. Oh shit, that's really sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Stefan. My best wishes to their father if that's the case. I hope he gets better. At what point do we know MOASS won't happen due to whatever tactic they're using? What do you mean? It's like a very broad question. At what point will we know that MOASS won't happen? If we have evidence they've closed their shorts. Gherkin on Cosmic's channel, it would be like if David Lynch was invited onto the set of Singled Out on MTV. It will be informative and high art. Oh boy. Thanks, Deep Fucking Abundance. Time me out and we jump a few bucks. We should ban me more frequently. Why we don't know exactly when the short has to their duty to buying back the share, but always maybe this date or probably tomorrow. Also, when they destroy the price more or less every day. We know when their FTDs are due. We know that they're working against themselves actively by trying to maintain the price while simultaneously covering their FTDs. No, I don't consider crime. I mean, I do, but I don't think it's valid. Cup and handle forming? I mean, no, a little. All right, 1 second, guys. I'm gonna grab something to eat real quick. It looks like we're going up though and about to break. Possibly back above VWAP. We'll see how it plays out. I'll be right back. Give me a second. No. uh, this is more of a pennant. I don't think this looks good for a wedge. The upper trend is solid, but no, maybe. I don't think this is super bullish, though. Hmm. Actually, you know what? It might be. Doesn't look fucking terrible there. We'll see. What's XRT doing? Still quadruple topping at 187. No, not Totino's Pizza today. Cold barbecue. Thanks, Bob. January 2021, closing prices 11th, 1994, 12th, 1991, 13th, 2763, 14th, 38, 15th, 37, 19th, 40, 20th, 38, 21st, 41, 22nd, 56, 25th, 98. Do you want to talk about the ones after that? Can we have a hugging pickle? I don't. You know I don't like pickle requests, Pickle Morty. We at the Pineapple Pizza Union accept your olive branch and send much love back for the back your way for all you do. Curious. Can I hug your pickle? Okay, I'm sorry. It was just there for the taking. Oh boy. You know, cold brisket just isn't that good. I've ever like actively listened to Limp Bizkit? No. Have I heard Limp Bizkit songs? Yes. Or sounds? Nope, I was wrong. Cold macaroni and cheese is far worse than cold brisket. If a big fund borrows shares to another party, do they want it back at a low price? Nope, they just want it back. The whole idea of share lending is bullish. You know that, right? I can do an ollie. All right. Our most expected price action dates after Jan 21 and Feb 1 through 14. And everything is a bonus. Seems people are fudding out because we're not mooning literally right now. And aren't we early to be expecting such high moves? Yes. I think people are fudding out because we need upward price movement for the gamma exposure on the 25th. But I think people also forget that the 25th is an FTD date as well, like a big FTD date. I mean, are you guys bullish on the things you're normally bullish on? Like, this level of fuckery does not occur a lot, right? And usually when it does, we rip. Like these periods where we're just going straight down. You don't really see a lot of fuckery going on, right? You just see the stock tanking. But it's these periods when the floor is found and we start to consolidate that we start getting, glitches in the data. They start trying to suppress the price with puts while they're covering FTDs. You got to be full bull. It's just... These are the delicious dips that we dream of. I can give them all the dicks they can handle. Some people will never be happy. It's true, Jay Fresh. Hey, we're kind of bouncing early. The compounding side effects of shorting, in addition to the carried short interest, is our best friend. Baj, thank you. Jay. What was that? Oh, Baj, ask yourselves, out of all the times they could have done this big of a dip, why now? I'm bullish as fuck. Agreed. If there's no price movement by or on Jan 25th, how does that impact Feb 1 through 14? Wouldn't it still just slingshot up just from a lower price point? I mean, we hope not. But why don't we wait for shit to happen? Are you upset that you sold your hedge against the earnings report? Yes. I prefer to use the body if possible. And Bugaton. But if volume traded on the Wix is extensive, they can be used as well. It's just sometimes it's not. Usually, it's not. Are you surprised at the significantly lower volume today? Not really. MMF MMFTDs today are pretty minimal. Like 600,000 around there. ATF FTDs probably aren't super significant today either. I think it's pretty clear if you look over our last 3 to 4 days of trading that the position is becoming unstable and volatility is picking up. This is what precedes all of our big moves. I can appreciate your spirit to try new things, but the collab between you and Cosmic has the potential to be one of the most cringe as fuck streams on the topic of GME if not structured correctly. Why is that? I want Girk to explain every what if scenario. How many shares are you going to buy back after MOASS? I don't know. Probably about the same I had going into it. I'm excited about your stream with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. Do you think it will be as technical as the stream with trade spotting? Absolutely not. Do you think there may be air guitar? Hells yeah. Air guitar? I'm just gonna eat my dinner and chat. He plays air guitar when he gets excited? Like, what kind of excited? I mean, I'm doing it as like an educational thing, I think. I gotta stop eating this fucking mac and cheese. It's disgusting. Strums his PB. Well, you do that, Jay Fresh. You still hang out in here. You're becoming my daily YouTube routine. Thanks. By the way, can I just say, look at how fucking accurate my triangle was. Who draws the best triangles? This fucking guy. Tell Matt Kors to get fucked. You know what? I am gonna fucking clip it. That's clip worthy. I don't know to draw it from the beginning of the. I'm not 6'6". I'm 6'3". Yeah, measured from the base. Matt Chorus has gone Hollywood. I think Matt Chorus is more gone like that place they film movies sometimes in Idaho. Hmm? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Who makes kind bars? No, that's not it. I need to do some digging. When did I decide to become tall? When I was like 16? Thank you, sweet and sour. Hmm. Stop spreading your health fud, Sachin. You ever stop and think about what it means if we're right? Like how this is going to be the poor part of our lives and everything is going to change if we even get half a squeeze. Crazy to think about it. We got a 50-50 chance of changing our lives forever. I hope so. Oh, wait, I don't have to do this shit anymore. Not hate. Some days I do. We just went outside your triangle. You gonna clip that too? That was the fucking point, Jay Fresh. I don't need to clip. I only care about the bounce. I don't care about the breakout. How effective is sustained buy and hold by retail in itself? To a point. I don't think it's getting worse though. Right? I think buy and hold for the most part has stagnated in its effectiveness, right? We're no longer driving the floor up. At least not significantly. I mean, you can, but it's not significant, Jay Fresh. I can wait VWAP over. Well, buy and hold really started in March, right? So, hold on. I need to find it. So if the yellow line there is the weighted VWAP. So it went up pretty significantly in June, right? All through June. And we held through all of this. And it came down here, which would indicate there was some selling that occurred after the run in November, after Freg's Day. Because we were higher back here before futures expiry than we are now. But this could also just be the insane amount of short interest, as this is our largest dip in our weighted VWAP since back here. I zoom in even more, we might be able to really see that better. But yeah, I mean, we kind of just leveled out in the, 196 to, well, now 190 range. When White Iverson remix? What? I'm unfamiliar. Thanks, President Darth. I think our lower floor is an illusion based off that VWAP data. Oh, where we're trading at now, I think it's totally fucking fake. And I think we will revert. We will revert back to the upside and overcorrect, right? But yeah, people did average down. That's true. But this has been the most sustained, significant shorting that we've seen. Shit, even more so than the ETF rebalance, because a lot of that was, and the share offering. When we were down here at 151 or, when we hit 144 back here, we never thought we were going to go back to 250. But we did multiple times. Yeah, I'm definitely not streaming MOASS. There's no. Why would today be my last day to prove the theory? The theory is being proved in real time. And if you don't understand that, you just don't understand it. And you should reread it. The increased volume and random aftermarket price spikes we're getting, and XRT being on the threshold list, this is all proving the theory. If retail doesn't do shit about it, then nothing happens. There is no MOASS. And the likelihood of MOASS occurring drops to next to nothing. The theory was a warning. If you don't prove your theory by tomorrow, you're a shill. The pressure is there. What people do with it is up to them. Just FUD. That's all it is. I said it and I'll reiterate it. January, this cycle, is the highest likelihood of MOASS occurring throughout the year. No, it's very easily falsifiable. If retail buys shitloads of call options that are far dated and applies pressure and we MOASS, there you go. If they don't, and we don't, I haven't posted my theory to Wall Street bets, but I thought they stopped taking down GME stuff. Time for them to cover into end of day. We'll see. We're breaking out. It looks bullish. Although we may just get defeated here at the higher resistance. Do you have faith in retail buying options in mass? Either them or institutions. Careful with FUD, friends. In a perfect world, 510 gang would be dyslexic and start buying 150s. I'm trying, but there are only so many people at my local Wendy's, and I swear there are more Dans here as well. Supply and demand. Hugs. Yeah, sure. I'll post it this weekend. Or some point. They have to hedge for far dated calls if the price goes up, even if they're out of the money. Ravenstown. Retail would never have the power to drive a gamma ramp. You understand that? But we can create one. We did it last year. This will go back up, with or without us. But when it does, if the call options are there, if they're present, then those options will have to be hedged, which will drive the price even further. I feel like I have to explain this every day.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
They tore down a bunch of the put wall earlier. Hey, Pickle, can you look into Pets shirt into their earnings and it's away at Jan 20? It seems every time they pay out the shirt cover a bit and the price shoots up 50%. What? What's going on? Koalas and huggers in here saying bullish shit now? If you stand to loot hundreds of billions, even trillions, wouldn't you go out fighting? This is that fight. Let's fucking go. Thanks, man. Anyway, back to Torino's Pizza. I get them once in a while just so I can have a piece. It still rocks if you make it just right, like you said. Totino's? Oh, yeah. If you make them right, they're delicious. Disgusting, but delicious. The emotional roller coaster is exhausting? You're telling me. We're already seeing it. Because they need to... Options need to be held through the exposure window. Weeklies are not, and so the delta hedge isn't sustained. Reaching 2,000 viewers, each with a single contract with the delta of 0.5, locks up 10 million shares. Yep. DDS is kind of stabilizing. Is Feb 18th still a good date to hold through the exposure window? That's what I've got. I don't know. You can buy them further. They're less risky. The further out you buy them, the less risk you're taking. So just don't buy shit then, cough burp. Taking a look into pets, it seems every time their earnings and divvy payout, short hedge funds cover a bit, making the price spike. Yeah, but it's consistently going down. I mean, I guess, yeah. This spike didn't happen on earnings. This did. Are there earnings coming up? I mean, I guess you could try to play it. Maybe there's just a lot of anticipation for their earnings. I don't know what the short position is over there. It definitely looks like it's getting shorted into the ground, but that could also just be it being overvalued. Thanks, Sean. Congrats on getting home, man. People should expect to get burned on out of the money contracts. Worry not if the said buyer exercises always and not sell or wait for expiration. What? Can you re-sentence that? Of course they're going to try anything to dodge it. Besides gabagool, what accoutrement are required for you in a good antipasto? What is the minimum time frame that indicators such as cup and handle, head and shoulders? Head and shoulders is usually intraday. It can be broader, but that kind of just becomes like Wyckoff, and the breakdown won't be as consistent. Cup and handles form over a 3 to 6 month period generally. I intend to start setting stop limits on tests of 200. Need to update Reddit? Do I? What am I going to tell him? Back at 130? We've traded in the same channel all day. Does nobody find it curious that like everything else in the basket has trended up today except GameStop? Like, and even XRT is outperforming GameStop today. I'd imagine it's because when everything started breaking out, they shorted the fuck out of us. So instead of our breakout being up here, It was down here. If the price closes at 250 or above, then over 25,000 calls go in the money. That's 2.5 million shares. Yep. How many stocks in this basket? Hundreds? Thousands? I don't know if there's hundreds. The correlation's stronger with some than with others. There's definitely ones that they're less interested in being short on. What's stopping them from constantly doing this? Because the margined position is unsustainable. Okay, Koala Hugger has done a full 360 on his options opinions. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. So much fun. What did people expect to happen today? Today wasn't bullish on any front. Yesterday was a more, like, expectedly bullish day than today. Now the koala is one of us. We should all show him our dicks. How and why is it unsustainable? Watch the clip from earlier. You can't discredit me that easily. Hold on, what? My option sentiment hasn't changed. Seems like it has. Are you just saying nonsense? I'm not gonna get into this shit. I don't care. Go away. Pull for red or green end of day. I don't know. Closing down 69 cents sounds pretty hot, JFresh. We're in the expected action. We're in the expected date range for price action, Gray. We're within it. It has not occurred yet. It's an exposure window. I don't know when their margin will break. I don't know when their dark pool orders are going to print to the lit exchange. But they will. Do you guys think the stock is just never going up again? Is that the point you're making? If that's the case, sell. Get the fuck out. Why would you hold on to a stock that you don't think is going to go back up? What a stupid fucking... Yeah, I'm aware of that, Quallager. Okay. So you're pushing options plus DRS. It's effective. I agree with that. They're impatient. Ignore them. It's been a fucking year. The patience should be locked in, and everyone should be used to the fuckery at this point. The ETF FTDs and the FTDs have never guaranteed upside price movement. They simply create volatility. If they are net short, we can get sustained buy pressure. Very simple. But we don't even have FTDs yet coming in from the period where they were shorting the fuck out of the stock. Double nutsack and handle. No, we just failed to break out a view up. I'd imagine if RC wanted to buy shares that it would be facilitated through Jeffries. We've got all the things we want, right? We've got options. We've got buy hold DRS. We got fucking FTDs out the ass. We've got short interest. And we've got all of these things compounding in this like fucking 1 month window. Just fucking wait. It's not that hard. It's like if you guys don't end the fucking day green, you don't want to own the stock anymore. It's just bullshit and it's FUD. If you're gonna hold the stock tomorrow, stop complaining about it today. No problem, cough burp. Serious question. After almost a year of this streaming, what makes you think that we are serious, that we're reasonable and patient people capable of learning your TA witchcraft? Stop looking at live chat, switch back to top, or just put members only. I'm not going to do that. It's just like a shitty tactic to get people to fucking become members. I don't agree with that. And in between all the bullshit today, there have been real important questions that have been asked. Like imagine spending all your day wanting someone to be wrong about the stock that you're invested in going up. What the fuck is that? When Elliott Wave guy draws fucking lines to $1,200, I'm like, I sure fucking hope so. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think he's incorrect and kind of an idiot, but I still hope he's right. Not another Dan. Thank you for becoming a billionaire. Like, again? I don't know. Hit me up on the Discord. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
No one outside of outside of GameStop execs have put in the time you do toward our favorite company. You know, chat turns on a dime with price action, so down days are your most important streams. I just can't believe that I don't know. I feel like today is the most this is like the hardest they've gone to like push FUD and negative sentiment. I mean, they do it all the time, right? But it's like one pops up and he's like, sell all your shares. I bought puts. Look at me getting rich, right? But like today, it's just all of them, right? It's impressive. I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to hold my calls and wait for price action. But like when I start seeing other people who've been here so long, like slipping or doubting it, it's like you've held the fucking stock all year. Get over it. Shadowing information? What the fuck are you talking about, Koala Hugger? Why do you presume I'm paying attention to what you have to say? God, this is like last January. Looks good. Looks like FTDs have picked up. Volume's up. We're doing weird shit in after hours. These are all good signs. We'll see. The breakpoints aren't going to be the same as last year, but it's the only point of correlation we have. JP Morgan's fucking long GameStop. Why am I checking their books for liability? How's the current OI on Feb 18 or later calls looking in your opinion? I mean, it still looks just super stacked around psychological price points. So lots of calls at 150, 160, 175, 180 are decent. 200's good. 220 is good, but there's lots of gaps. It'll look a lot better if those gaps start to see bigger OI in the coming days. Yeah, probably no shares traded. It's hard to see with the Heiken Ashi candles. But here, no. What time? Or very few shares traded? I'm just going to say it. If you're still in, and RC is still in, and DFE is still in, I'm still in. Let them use those red candles to spank me. It just turns me on more. Fuck yeah, Patrick Harris. Short me harder, daddy. Let's go. Nesquik put their pickle in my jar. Oh, you said something inappropriate, didn't you? Let me read it. I bought the stock at 40 after it crashed to a tenth its value. I've lost literal thousands of dollars on awful weekly options. The thesis is there. Fuckery is afoot. We just have to stay out of our own heads and not get psyched out. Yeah. JP Morgan is long GameStop, dude. They shed their put hedge and they bought stock and calls and announced it to fucking everyone. Show me proof they're not. How about that? Instead of me looking up your arbitrary shit about their FTD liability. It was such a waste of time. Every time I deal with this guy. Why don't you go write a fucking DD about it? At this point, I'm holding my GME to the dirt. I don't care if Kenny gets you, DFE, and Cohen to paper hand. This is my chance to hit Wall Street where it hurts. I'm holding for me. Nice, Daniel. XRT double bottom. Does that mean anything for GME? Not necessarily. Heim. Is there much of a difference between buying calls today versus later this week? There's risk that the price jumps. That's interesting. Taking off Friday. What are you saying I'm wrong about? That they're not internalizing trades? Because you have live information of JP Morgan's books? Anyone know how much Matt Kors made in super chats in 2021? It was like over $500,000. How many shares are going to be bought in the market tomorrow due to futures failing to roll over? I see numbers from 1 million to 5 million. We have no idea. We have zero VC. They halted reporting, remember? How much have I made? Total? I don't know. I'd have to add it up. Like 50 grand or 60 grand, something like that. Isn't it interesting? Isn't a proof of a link? Ken, so you can put your pickle in my jar. Thank you. Trina, thank you. You gotta call them. My husband has gone into AFib overnight. Oh shit. He's now in the hospital getting sedated, and then they're going to shock him. If I can stay relatively calm, I think we all can. There's life, and then there's life. I'm so sorry to hear about that. I hope he is well. AFib is very, very treatable, but I hope he's okay. Can you comment on Elliott Wave's guy prediction to 98? Did he? I don't fucking pay attention to what he writes. If you dropped all that profit directly into buying shares, you might be able to kick off MOASS. 60 grand? Wouldn't fucking move the ticker. There's conditional orders beyond the limits. Days like today when FUD gets extra spicy, I can't help but feel my nips tear through my shirt. Just keep doing you, homie. We all in this because we believe in the stock. Fuck yeah, DJ. Don't worry, I'm not stopping. I don't care what people have to say. Brine me, wine me, stand up 69 me. Thank you so much, Ken. He said if we didn't break 137, we'll go to 100 before we moon. I love how all of his predictions end in us mooning, though. Like, he's just perpetually bullish. He's like, wait, first we're going to go here, and then we're going to come back to here, and then we go to the moon. Why would I check his tweets? He's never been right about anything. OF's just saw you on our big screen, and now you're her boyfriend. She said your beard is more glorious than a Dan filleting a unicorn behind a rusty Wendy's dumpster. Unicorn fellatio is one of their highest end services, or so I've heard. Is buying options in WeBull a bad idea? Probably. But I do it anyway. Oh no, I didn't have any issues with them in January. They were down for an hour, and then they were back up, and I sold options, and it was fine. Cool, I just want to hear sound reasoning. He wants to lob non sequitur assertions. I know. In other news, Dillard's up $25 today. There's nothing to see here, folks. It's perfectly normal price action of another dying brick and mortar. There are no bids. I'm aware. Did I sound smart saying non sequitur? You did just fine. Thanks. Could you comment on my question about exercising super deep in the money calls? If I can find it. No, just ask it again. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. What's your take on the show Supernatural? I've never watched it. I don't like Jason Padalecki or whatever his name is. In December, I sold every other stock I owned and put it into GME. I trust the DD 100%, and I'm pissed off. Hold the line, everyone. Remember why we're here. Thanks, Nick. I don't know if he's here or not. They didn't fully exit the DTCC. They just closed one account in the DTCC. You guys are not doing the real deep dives. Jesus Christ. Everyone going full Russell Crowe. Thanks for working hard, beating off the shells. Yeah, but it leaves you with messy hands and a sad heart, deep fucking Cornichon. Ask the Dans. If very deep in the money calls and immediate exercise, is this advantageous over just buying shares from a price improvements perspective? Yes, it is. And if you use the Black-Scholes model, and price options on the chain that are deep in the money, and you can find discounts versus market price as well. So you can actually find contracts that the premium plus cost to exercise is less than the current trading price per share. Do you realize that every time you yawn, so do 1,980 viewers? I don't know. I guess. I don't really think about it. Now you're making me yawn again. Yeah. I'm also super tired. I barely keep my eyes open. 11 more minutes. Still smoother than I would like Ray variant swaps. Hedging. Did you read Maurer Astronauts DDs and Zincos? If we run and IV starts to bump and IV's going up, yeah, no problem, Gradient. Haven't been in today. It was yesterday. What was yesterday's after hours about? Just seeing if we were going to break out. I made a fun thing. To me, it seems pretty simple looking at the chart. Jamie wants to go up, but someone has to keep applying sell pressure or else it will rip. And this works until it doesn't. Yeah. I don't think the variance hedges guarantee buying. They could if they have to rehedge. I think they guarantee magnification of the volatility in GameStop. I'm probably not a sociopath. I simply cannot be anywhere but a public chat room, preferably anonymous. Koala Hugger, you're not making yourself sound like a sane, rational person right now. I'm gonna give you a heads up. As one slight autist to another. You gotta tone that shit down, man. Thanks for Muna Dad. Can we get a new Discord channel? Koala is Charlie. Is it normal that pretty much all L2 order book is NASDAQ? It's just because you're looking at a NASDAQ level 2 order book, Raymond. For Trash Dan? Anything. Trash Dan. What's up, boo? How does participating in one public forum versus another hold anybody accountable? Do you live in North Korea? I don't think I've never liked you. I don't think I've ever liked you. That's the nicest thing you could have said. Mr. Beast is on Twitter throwing shade at Nancy Pelosi. Okay. Hold on. Koala hugger. Everyone stop talking in chat for a second. This is important. Are you vaccinated? That was fun. I like to stir up shit. JFresh, Vax Wax, and taking off your slacks. It worked. I got rid of him. Down 0.69% bullish. Of course. Anytime there's a 69 in the closing price, it's bullish. Or a 420. It happens a lot. Antibody dependent enhancement. It's a real thing. Anytime you have to follow a statement with "it's a real thing," oh man, you need to learn a lot about arguing in a public forum, man. Best of luck to you, Koala Hugger. I hope you find all the internal documents from JP Morgan, and you and Charlie's vids have a great time in his basement plugging the Reddit servers back in. Don't forget to bring your gun. You might need it. Technical analysis works on people too. TA doesn't work. Yeah, ding ding. The day is done. And so we move on to another. With the pressure mounting on Kenny and him being forced to go to his buddies and extract bull mayo from them for bailouts, things are looking bright for the future of GameStop, our favorite dying brick and mortar retail establishment. Thank you guys for tuning in another day. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for another 7.5 hours of complete bullshit. I love you all. Have a great night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
I'm not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
an advisor. Frigulond.